Hello everyone, it's Origami. Welcome to What If Naruto Was Experimented on Part 5. This is the 5th part of this series. Please make sure to like and subscribe. Here is the summary. Naruto was fostered by Orochimaru on the 5th day of his birth. Orochimaru started to experiment on him at a young age. What happens when Naruto gets older and bloodlines start to appear? Let's get started. Chapter 8. It has been 2 years since Naruto started the academy and it has quickly become boring for him. He was about 3 feet and 9 inches tall. His body was developing nicely as muscles were starting show. His whiskers were a little bit more defined. Before it was very faint, now one can see 2 almost pencil lead lines on each side of his face. During his time in the academy, he has quickly learned that Konohagakure cares about grades and he was tied for the highest student in his class. Naruto at this point didn't care about it that much except for the fact that he was tied with his best friend/rival, Sasuke Uchiha. They were different almost as night and day. Naruto was always in another world, usually thinking about different things he learned, barely paid attention and always talking to his classmates. Sasuke was always there on time, never missed a day of class, and always paid attention but kept to himself except with Naruto. However, even with their differences, they have gained some of the others' traits. Naruto has been training his speed while being slightly more conservative. Sasuke meanwhile has been working on the strength of his attacks and more outgoing with the rest of the students. Right now Irika was assigning a group project. Alright class, listen up. Yesterday, we talked about how one could fight when they are outnumbered. Now, Sasuke, what would you do if you were double-teamed by Naruto and Ino? Everyone looked at Sasuke to see how he would answer. Naruto said, "Yeah team, what are you going to do when me and Ino-san gang up on you?" Sasuke smirked slightly at this. He and Naruto both played this game when Irika made scenarios like this. He clasped his hands onto his chin. He asked, "Irika-sensei, is this a life or death situation?" Irika gave the boy a "Are you serious?" look. "Sasuke, you are a ninja in training. Of course it is a life or death situation." Sasuke had the decency to blush at his obvious mistake. He said, "I was just curious, Irika-sensei. Well, in the scenario like this, I would deal with Ino first. It would be a fake-out more or less. It wouldn't be necessarily a death blow towards Ino. Naruto is the type that would jump in and be the shield. Best case scenario is he dies and Ino is easy pickings. Realistic scenario is that Naruto survives the hit but the smoke of the attack gives me time to get out of there." Irika was proud of Sasuke's answer. "That's very good, Sasuke. That is what I mean by thinking about strategies. Now dash." Naruto raised his hand giving Irika and Sasuke confused gazes. "Irika-sensei, I see something wrong with Sasuke's strategy." Irika replied with intrigue rolling off in waves, "Please explain where he made a mistake." Naruto stood up and said, "Well, let's start off in the very beginning. In this 2-on-1, he automatically made the assumption that Ino would be dealt with first. What if Ino was stronger and much better than me? She could actually be the Kage to be. As a result, Sasuke would have been in big trouble as she could overpower him and I just go along for the ride." Naruto's smirking face became irksome to the Uchiha. It was especially more irksome when he had to slide 200 Ryo to Naruto. The class started to murmur to each other as Naruto caught the Uchiha on a solution. What Naruto didn't know he did was give a certain platinum blonde hair girl a confidence boost. Irika was shocked and slightly humiliated as he didn't catch that small detail. He stumbled, "That's very good catch, Naruto. Sasuke, next time think about the women's strength and rank. Now we're going to do the reverse. We're going to talk about when you and your partner are trying to double-team your objective. What would be a problem that one could have when trying to double-team someone?" He saw 3 hands go up and he wasn't surprised. Every day there was always these 3 hands. He said, "Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, please put your hands down. Shikamaru, wake up and answer the question." He heard a groan escape the lips of the pineapple-headed boy. Troublesome, there is always a chance that the target is better than the 2 combined. Irika said slowly, "True, but that is not the answer I'm looking for." The biggest problem with double team is that the two people can be incompatible or out of sync with each other. That is the biggest problem because if you and your partner are out of sync, the target can neutralize and defeat you easily. Think about what Sasuke said. He took the chance that with the little time Naruto and Ino had been with each other, they would not be a good pair of partners. So he decided to either divide and conquer or let Naruto go and sacrifice himself, making Ino easy pickings. Now Naruto, how would one get in sync with their partner? Naruto remembered Orochimaru talking about this subject last year. Well, first they have to be honest with their abilities. This way they can find some common ground. For example, if one is close combat and the other is long range, they could easily do the decoy and bomb tactic. That is very good, Naruto. It seems like you have been reading fire tactics. I bring this lesson up as we are going to learn this hands-on. We are going to do a two-man group project in which you and your partner will try and do a combo against our junior instructor Mizuki. I am personally going to choose your teams. The first group is Kiba, Inuzuka and Dash. Iruka-sensei, can my partner be my new battle puppy Akamaru? Seeing as Tsum said that Kiba will be getting a pet soon, he had no problem with that, especially since there would be an odd number of people. Iruka sighed as he said, "Okay Kiba, you can use your ninja dog. However, since your clan is known for double teaming, your test will be graded harder." Kiba groaned as everyone snickered at his luck. Iruka coughed to get everyone's attention. Okay, the next group is Shikamaru and Choji. Shika muttered troublesome but was happy with the choice. Choji just munched on his chips as he patted Shika on his back. Iruka started name a few other groups as Naruto continued to read his book. Okay, I guess it's time to work on my right ton. I got water and wind training down almost to a T. Orochimaru thinks that if I can learn right ton, it would be time to teach me some more jutsus. His ears perked up as he heard Iruka say, the next group is Hinata and Shino. The next is Ino and Sakura. The final group was actually selected by the Hokage himself. He asked to be here for these two to personally work together. So the final group is Sasuke and Naruto. Iruka heard two loud thumps as Naruto hit his head on the desk. Naruto groaned, "Why Iruka, why him of all people?" It was well known that although they are the best of friends, when it came to group projects together, they have come to blows. Usually it was about who was going to be the leader, who should do what, and how should it be done. It always went to blows, especially on the last part. Naruto was for flair while Sasuke was for subtlety. Iruka sighed as he said, "Naruto, I know you and Sasuke don't exactly eye to eye on projects. But remember this, there might be a time where you two will, by the orders of the Hokage no less, have to work together to take out a target. So now is the time for both of you figure out a way to do it. Plus it was requested by the Hokage himself, so there is no way out of it. Anyway, this assignment is due next Monday. So you have all weekend to figure it out. Class dismissed." The bell rang, letting the kids know they were free. Only two people stayed behind, Naruto and Sasuke. Iruka didn't stick around on Fridays, so it was only natural for the two to converse about their assignment. They looked at each other intently, waiting for the other to speak. After a few moments of an impregnated silence, Naruto spoke, "So Sasuke, what techniques are you able to use?" Naruto hoped he had some for his plan to come into fruition. Sasuke, however, raised an eyebrow at the blonde. It was unusual for Naruto to be this direct. He asked with uncertainty, "Why do you need to know?" Naruto sighed as he faced palmed. Does he always have to be difficult? He said calmly, which caught Sasuke, "Sasuke, this is not the time for you to start questioning things. Just answer the question, please." Naruto's face showed he wasn't playing around, and to be honest, it made no compelled Sasuke to answer his question. Sasuke wouldn't admit it, but Naruto's change from his usual jovial self to the calculating boy who writing things down on a scroll scared him slightly. "I learned how to do the Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu." Naruto's ears perked up as he continued to scribble on the scroll. He said with a sense of intrigue, "Ah, so you learned it but haven't mastered it, I presume?" Sasuke's eyes went wide after Naruto said this. Now Naruto started to freak him out. He could only stammer, "How could you have known that?" Naruto looked up and saw the confused and slightly terrified look etched on Sasuke's face. He said dismissively, "I overheard some Uchihas talking about the technique being a rite of passage or something like that. You more than likely would have told the whole world about mastering the rite of passage. Anyway, I need your brother Dash. Sasuke, are you in here?" Itachi popped his head in around the door. Naruto smirked at this. The man always showed up at the right time. He said in his calm voice, "Well, speak of the devil, it's Itachi. You know, you are the exact person I was hoping to see." Itachi's eyebrows went up as it was unusual for Naruto and Sasuke to still be inside the academy. He said in stoic but confused voice, "Why is that, Naruto-kun?" "Well, we have an assignment due Monday and I have a question only the most experienced shinobi could answer." The way Naruto said it made the Uchiha brothers' sweat drop. Itachi rolled his eyes as he sighed. Itachi had grown an inch or two and has darker rings around his eyes. He said, "Well, gee, it is such an honor for the great Naruto to compliment me. So what is the question that you need an experienced shinobi to answer?" The older Uchiha expected Naruto to roll his eyes or something like that. However, Naruto's eyes became a slightly darker blue. It was scary for Itachi to see Naruto's eyes to change color, and that's coming from someone who does it every time in battle. Naruto asked Itachi, "Is it possible for someone to say the name of one jutsu and do a completely different one?" Itachi's eyes went wide as that definitely not the question he thought was going to come out of the blonde's mouth. Sasuke was thinking along the same line as his brother. "What are you planning, Naruto?" Itachi said, "Well, it is possible. For it to be done, the other attack has to be in the same alignment as the one you are trying to say. It is complicated. For example, if you do the hand signs for Katan, Kin Hashaki, Fire Style, Flamethrower, and you want to deceive your opponents, you must say the name of a jutsu that is a fire type. The question is, why did you ask such a question? Are you trying to deceive someone?" Naruto's face became mischievous as said to the two confused Uchiha brothers, "Not me, Itachi, but your dear brother." Naruto decided it was high time to go home. It was 6:30 and he had spent most of his day in the academy planning his assignment. He smirked as he thought about it. This is awesome. It's very rare we get a hand-to-hand combat assignment. Now I can go home and rest. Tomorrow, I dash. Don't let it get away. Naruto's blue eyes went wide. They aren't trying to do this again. Why now? When Naruto was younger, some overzealous civilians tried to attack. Now that he thought about it, he hasn't seen those men in a while. He got into a defensive stance just in case he had to defend himself. Naruto saw three ninjas go past him as one shouted about getting the demonic fox. Naruto gained an itch. This itch meant one of two things. It was either he had the urge to prank someone or his curiosity was piqued and Naruto didn't have his trusty brush with him. Naruto muttered, "One of these days, curiosity will be the end of me." Naruto ran in the same direction as the three ninjas. Naruto silently caught up to the three ninjas. He was in a forest and along with the other three ninjas had no idea as to where this demon fox was. He quickly climbed into a nearby tree and searched for it above. Damn it! How the hell did we lose that fucking demon dog? Naruto heard the leader of the group shout. The one on the right sat down as he muttered, "Sum-sama is going to kill us." "Don't you think I know that?" the leader said abruptly. "What the hell are we going to do now? We don't have the demon dog and we are in the middle of a fucking forest. Yasha, we might as well go back to Tsum-sama. We have no other choice right now. We don't have our dogs to sniff it out and besides it will probably die any. It doesn't know how to survive, so don't worry about it." The newly named Yasha sighed as he said, "Alright, let's get going. To be honest, I don't know who is scarier, Tsum-sama or that fox." Naruto heard and saw their interaction and was somewhat glad they were gone. While they were conversing, he picked up this demon fox's scent. He learned from a young age, if you want to live in a shinobi village you better carry a weapon with you. Naruto pulled out a kunai in case something went wrong. He slowly came down the tree and stalked his way towards the fox. The fox looked like a small boy but couldn't hold the form for more than a few seconds. As it came into view, Naruto saw it shivering as it couldn't hold the small boy form. Naruto looked it in the eyes and saw it was scared. "Please don't hurt me." Naruto fell to the ground in shock. This fox spoke to him telepathically as it growled softly. Naruto said barely in a whisper, "What the hell are you?" The small fox has slate gray in coloration with red and black accents on its head and feet. His ears are triangular with dark insides, and it has a large, whorled scruff of fur on its head, tipped with red coloration. Its eyes appear to possess no pupils and its eyelids and circular eyebrow markings are red. It possesses a ruff of black fur around its neck, and limbs tipped with red. Its tail is bushy, and although very young when it opens its mouth, small fangs can be seen developing. The small fox telepathically said, "Please, I beg of you, don't hurt me. I just wanted some food. Those people don't feed me. They don't like me very much. Only the leader likes me. She gives me food, water, and hugs. But she hasn't been around as she has children of her own. I'm just so hungry." Naruto had tears in his eyes as the small fox told his little story. He knows how that feels. He was just like the fox before Orochimaru became his family. It felt like the only people who cared about him were the old man and Itachi. Otherwise he was just a sad, lonely child. He needs you, Kit. He is all alone. Go to him. This voice has been quite active for the last 3 months. It has been quite an experience for Naruto. The first time that he heard the booming voice in his head, it scared the living shit out of him. He has tried to block it out, but it only got louder. He asked/told the voice who or what it was. It simply gave a malicious chuckle and said it will know soon enough. To be frank with himself, the thought of taking care of the fox crossed his mind. Orochimaru was like the older brother who took care of him. With that resolve, he walked slowly towards the almost charcoal gray fox and said, "It's okay, little guy. I'm not going to hurt you." Naruto hesitantly touched the head of the fox. The fox naturally tensed as moved back just a little bit. Naruto smiled sadly but kept his hand there nonetheless. The fox's eyes were wide as it felt the warmth of Naruto's hand. He rubbed his head deeper into Naruto's hand trying to get more heat. Almost instinctively Naruto released some chakra. The gray fox's eyes went wide as he felt a heat like no other. It felt as if the sun was an inch away from him. The heat didn't burn him. No, it was refreshing, reinvigorating. It was even replenishing. Yes, the fox felt the chakra actually filling him up. His hunger had been sated as he felt full for the first time. The fox gained a big smile as he yipped. "Thank you, mister." Naruto chuckled as he ruffled the fox's head. "What's your name, little one?" "I am Naruto." The fox tilted its grayish head to side. It was obviously confused as to what a name was causing Naruto to sigh slightly. He asked to the fox softly, "What do they call you, little one?" A sad smile was etched onto the small fox's face. It didn't know what his name meant, but he did know that how they said it was demeaning and almost taboo. He became squeamish as he said using his telepathy, "They call me Demon." Naruto's eyes went wide as that struck a chord. What did the fox do to deserve such a name? It looked to be only a few months old, a year tops. Was it connected to day of the Kyuubi attack? That wouldn't make too much sense as the Kyuubi attack was 8 years ago. He should know after all. He decided to be let of the womb on the exact same day. That is why the villagers hated him. He had to stop this train of thought as so many dark emotions were about a minute away from consuming him. He was startled when the voice inside his head growled. He really needed to figure out who the hell is in his head and how to stop it. As Naruto was thinking about that voice, he was unconsciously rubbed the small fox, causing it to mewl in happiness. As he kept rubbing the fur, he thought about where the little guy would go. Maybe I could take him home with me. I wonder what Orochimaru would say. He probably has 1,000,000,001 questions. I guess it can't be helped as we might be on the path of picking up stray cats. "Hey little guy, can you tell me where you live?" The fox nodded. Although this was the first time it was outside, the small fox with its keen sense of smell was able to sniff out the house's location. Naruto could feel the fox's hesitation, however, as it was clear the fox was slightly afraid they might send him back to that place. Naruto was torn but knew in his heart of hearts that the fox has to go back to its owners. He said, "Hey little guy, we have to get you home." The fox growled as it shook its head. "No. I don't want to go back there. Please, I beg of you." Naruto could see tears starting to leak on the sides of the fox's eyes. It hurt his heart to see the poor fox like this, but he knew if those people get the likes of the Hyugas or even the dog Nin to find it, and it will be in very big trouble. Naruto said in a soothing and compassionate voice, "Come on little one, I know it has to be bad, but if I hide you when they find you, it will be a whole lot worse. I don't want you to suffer anymore, but let me at least talk to your owner." The fox started to whimper at this. Naruto saw that wasn't enough to persuade the fox. He said with a soothing tone, "How about this, I will put you into my bag and talk to the owner. You will listen to the conversation, and if you feel that he or she is bad, doesn't want you, I will not let them know you were here. All you got to do is tell me in my head. Is that okay?" This calmed the small fox somewhat, as he was skeptical about this agreement. Was this boy really going to keep him secret if he asks him to? Why would he do such a thing? So many questions came into the mind of the small fox, but he ultimately decided to jump into the arms of the blonde-haired boy. Naruto gave the fox a sincere smile as he gently placed the fox into his bag. He said, "Okay, little one, I'm going to leave the bag slightly open for you can breathe. I just need you to telepathically tell me where to go, okay?" The fox took a moment to process what Naruto had said and nodded. Naruto smiled softly as he closed the bag just enough for the fox to breathe. He lifted his bag that felt a little hit heavier, but he has carried more. He whispered into his bag, "Are you ready to go?" The fox yipped, confirming he was. "Let's go." With that, Naruto ran towards village. However, as he left toward the village, he didn't notice a certain white and golden snake hanging on the tree. The snake smirked as it said out loud, "So this is the boy Orenji has been so adamant about. He has most certainly grown up fast. He seems to have a powerful gift that is most certainly more powerful than any jutsu. It seems he has the power of persuasion. You most certainly will be a worthy snake summoner." With that, the white snake faded away, with the only thing signifying he was there was his red and gold eyes. Naruto ran towards the village with the help of the fox's sense of smell. The fox gave Naruto the directions to the place. Naruto outwardly was relaxed and calm, while on the inside he was panicking. What the hell did he get himself into? He had been so caught up in trying to help the poor fox that he didn't think about how he was going to help it. He muttered to himself low enough that the fox couldn't hear him, "Orenji is going to chew me a new one." I went into this half-cocked, no true backup plan and no idea on what to say on the first plan. And the worst part of it is that I don't even know who I'm dealing with here. It is official, Orenji is going to kill me. As Naruto was talking to himself, he didn't realize he was in front of the place. Here, he heard the fox say to him. He stopped dead in his tracks as he looked at the house. His mouth gaped as he saw the place. This is the Inuzuka clan house. Naruto was in front of the Inuzuka compound. It was a gated community. The gate had the Inuzuka clan symbol on it. From what he could see, there were about 50 houses, with the main house, which was the largest, was on top of the hill in front of the rest. The houses were separated by columns that had famous Nin-ken on them. However, the one in front of the main house was the figure. He has long silver hair, golden eyes, and talons/claws on his fingers. The male stone figure was seen to be extremely old, almost the time in which the samurai was in charge, because of his attire. It had a samurai's hunting jacket commonly worn by court nobles. His pants had the crotch seam hemmed, but unclosed. The bottoms of the pants were ballooned a bit with a tight ring at the end. The sleeves are separate from the body, so the body is almost vest-like, and held on at the bottom. He had a white belt on that held a sword on his left side. Naruto actually liked this statue as it commanded respect. He looked at the engraving on the statue. It read, "Inuyasha, the founder of the Inuzuka clan." He quickly closed his eyes and imagined if he liked that. He zoned out as he smiled, as he could imagine the power he must have held. The founder and leader of a whole clan, he must have been extremely powerful. Wow! As the imagination of being this person got wilder to the point of fighting demons, someone stealthily walked up behind him. You know, Gaki, it's not nice to stare. Naruto almost jumped out of his clothes but just stiffened. The person put a hand on the boy's head. You know, all you have to do is knock and someone would open the door for you. Naruto slowly turned around to see a pharaoh-like woman. Naruto naturally blushed as the woman's bust was basically ready to pop out of her green flak jacket. Her lips curled up into a smirk. She has not seen the boy since he was about 6, and that was in passing. She waited for him to get out of his initial shock. It took a few moments before the hamster in the boy's head started to run the wheel again. He said with his blush still on his face, "Hello ma'am, you look lovely today." The woman smiled. Oh, how the innocence of a child can make someone feel so good. She said, "Why thank you. Now can you tell me why are you looking at the statue? I mean, it's a nice statue and all, but I don't see the point of staring at it." He started to panic inside but stayed calm on the outside as he closed his eyes. He said, "Oh, I was about to knock so I can possibly see the clan head." The woman grew an amused look on her feral face. Is that so? Well, what would you like to talk to the clan head about? Usually to speak with the clan head there is an appointment or something along those lines. One doesn't simply talk to a clan head. He replied, "Well, it is about something very important. It is very urgent." Her smile changed quickly to a frown. What could be so urgent? It couldn't be from the Hokage, as he would have sent an ANBU member or even a genin. The fact that the boy doesn't notice or recognize me also gives it away. So I wonder what he wants. She said, "Well, what's so urgent that you need to see the clan head?" Naruto's body told him to run, but he stood still. He said it's about an animal. I heard that the Inuzukas are the best veterinarians since they are heavy into dogs. It wasn't the whole truth, but it was not a full lie either. Unfortunately for Naruto, she could detect that half lie. What is he hiding? I'm not really in any mood to play cat and mouse. Those 3 assholes lost that extremely rare fox. Now this boy wants to play cat and mouse with a little boy. At this point I have nothing better to do. After all, if he tries to do anything stupid, I'll just give him to the Hokage. Damn, I miss that little fox. She said, "Oh my young one, let me take you to the clan leader." Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to tell you my name, silly me. My name is Tsume Inuzuka. What's your name? Naruto was relieved for a moment as he thought that he was in the clear. With the ordeal that the fox had been through, it was fast asleep in Naruto's bag. He shook his head as Tsume put her palm onto the gate and opened the gate. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, Tsume-san. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. It is nice to meet you. How has your day going?" She smiled as she walked him up the mountain. She said kindly, "Oh, you are such a gentleman." My day is going okay. How about you, Naruto-san? Is your day going fine? Naruto blushed at the praise. However, as he was walking up the small hill that held the main house, the small fox did a slight snore. Naruto stiffened as he hoped that Tsume didn't hear it. Unfortunately, as a jonin and clan head of a clan with great hearing, Tsume heard it loud and clear. What are you hiding, Naruto? Or should I say who? They continued small talk until they reached the office of the clan head in the main house. She knocked on the door of the office. She opened the door and let him in. She said kindly, "Why don't you take a seat right there? I'll go and get the clan head. Is there anything I can get for you?" As Naruto took a seat in the nice, comfy chair, he said politely, "No thank you. You have done so much for me at this point in time. I am forever grateful for your assistance." Naruto even bowed at the voluptuous woman. She was taken aback to his politeness. It is not every day that you see a child so polite. Her cheeks reddened as she nodded and walked out of the room, closing the door. Naruto actually sighed as he waited for the Inuzuka leader. Okay, she must not be that high up if she didn't hear that fox snore. However, I know that the leader will. I got to think of something fast. He tried to hide his bag under the desk but knew that wouldn't work, nor did the sides of the desk. He decided to put his bag right next to him, hoping for the best. It didn't take long for the clan head to arrive. Naruto heard the door open. He instinctively got up to meet the leader, only to see Tsum in her clan head attire. Naruto's jaw dropped as she was not only stunning but the clan head. She smirked at the way Naruto looked at her. It was good to have that effect on people. She said, "You can pick up your jaw at any time." Naruto quickly closed his mouth as she led him back to his seat. He saw her glide almost effortlessly to her seat. She sat down and calmly folded her hands. "Well, Naruto-san, you did say you wanted to speak with the clan head, so go ahead and speak." "I'm not going to bite." Naruto gulped a little bit as he spoke. "Well, Tsum-sama, I dash." "You can call me Tsum-san." "Okay, Tsum-san." "Well, I'm having an animal problem." She was naturally curious as she said, "Go on." "Well, you see, this is a hypothetical. There is this boy that found this certain animal in the forest. This animal is naturally afraid as it does not know the boy. The said animal has been starving and has been treated very badly. The boy wants to take him home, but two things are stopping him." Tsum did not like this hypothetical. Anytime there is a story about abused animals makes her veins boil in anger. She didn't really want to hear anymore, but she needed the info to find out who it was. She said with her rage contained, "Please go on with your hypothetical. You have amused my attention to the two problems the young boy faces." Naruto took a deep breath and continued, "Well, the first is that the boy has no idea on how to take care of this animal. The second problem is that the animal might have an owner and it might send some shinobi to find that animal. The boy wants to take care of the FO animal but is afraid not for his own but for the animal. What would you do if you were in his shoes?" She took a deep breath before she goes off on someone. It was obvious that the boy was Naruto. But who was the animal? She might as well let the cat out of the bag. She said in an even tone, "I'm going to assume you are the boy. Now, Naruto, you were valiant in your attempt to hide your animal, but I am an Inuzuka, the leader in fact. I heard it snore while we were coming up the hill. So do not try and deny it. Let me see the animal." Naruto could only blink as he could not believe he was caught. Damn, she is good. Then again, I should not be surprised as she is high-ranked. I can't believe I thought she was low-ranked before. That's not the point. I got to help the fox any way I can and she might be my only hope. Naruto sighed as he opened his bag. The fox was awakened by the bright light. Naruto said as he lifted the fox, "Hey little guy, I have someone who might be able to help you, okay?" The fox nodded as it yipped. Tsum was kind of anxious to see this animal as she wanted to see who she was going to kill today. When Naruto showed the fox, Tsum nearly had a heart attack. The fox saw her and almost squealed. "Tsum-sama, it's you." The gray fox jumped out of Naruto's arms and into Tsum's. Naruto was confused until he saw Tsum hug the fox close to her bosom. Naruto's face slightly fell as he thought about the fox more than likely not returning to him. However, a thought came to his mind, only for Tsum to speak. "Naruto-san, where did you find him?" "I sent my researchers to find him with no results." Naruto started to explain, "Well, I went looking for him when your researchers were calling him a demon. He spoke to me telepathically. It was weird at first, but then he asked me to not hurt him and that he left because he was hungry and they haven't fed him. He said the only way they acknowledge him is by the term demon. I even heard them say he'll probably die anyway." Tsum was really ready to kill her researchers if this was true. She looked down at the fox and asked him, "Is that true, Kit?" The fox looked down sadly as it nodded. "They treat me so bad, Tsum-sama. I don't know what I could do, so I ran away." Tsum grew a sad smile on her face. A lone tear fell slowly down her feral cheeks. She held him closer to her as she asked for whom it was that did this to him. Naruto's heart felt very bittersweet at this occurrence. He felt great that someone loved and cared for this fox. However, it was bitter as it meant that he would not keep the fox. He sighed as he got up and walking towards the door. "Wait. Naruto turned around and looked at the clan head. She could solemn look on Naruto's face. She knew that the fox had bonded with Naruto. This fox was a special kind of fox. Like the dogs that Tsum and the Inuzuka clan breeds and used, this fox has a familiar that bonds with chakra. She could see and feel the chakra of Naruto coursing through this fox's veins. They were forever connected. Naruto-san, it seems like we have a small dilemma. You see, right now I have to deal with some of my less than classy subordinates, and I unfortunately cannot keep the little one with me as my familiar, Kuramaru, is allergic to fox fur. So I was wondering, do you want to take him? Naruto's eyes went wide at this. She's going to let me have him? I can't believe this. He looked at her with disbelieving eyes. The fox had hopeful eyes as it could feel Naruto's feelings. It was an unknown sensation. It was as if the fox was able to feel the boy's emotions as if they were his own. Is this what Kuramaru meant when he said that when you have found your familiar you are connected at a higher level? Naruto said, well, more like stammered, I would love to Tsum-san, but I don't have the right stuff to train him. The fox's hopeful eyes dimmed slightly. Tsum, however, smirked, well, Naruto-kun, I can easily help you with that. I'm going to send you everything you need to raise him. That is if you want him. Naruto grew a huge smile as he said, if that's the case, then I accept. The fox jumped back into Naruto's arms. Naruto instantly scratched behind the fox's ear, making it squeal in delight. Tsum smiled at the scene that unfolded in front of her. It reminded her of what Kiba did a few hours ago. She said, well, in that case we are almost done here. I have one small, teensy-weensy conditions that will finalize the deal. Naruto and his new pet were anxious as to what the conditions were, Naruto more than the fox. She said calmly, the only condition is I want to give him a checkup every month to see how much he has developed. Naruto could not believe that was all she wanted. He knew that he had to take the deal. He said, I agree wholeheartedly, Tsum-sama. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I will make you never regret it. The fox squealed in his arms, making the feral clan leader to smile. She said, well, Naruto-san, you are almost set, but you need to choose a name for the little fox here. Naruto lifted the fox to look him in his eye. It has been said if you looked a person in their eyes, you can tell almost everything about a person. Naruto hoped this was true as his eyes told a whole story of sadness but happiness and innocence. He smiled as the fox closed its eyes. He saw the little tuft of hair on the top of his head. His eyes widened as he found an appropriate name for the little fox. Hey little guy, I have the perfect name for you. Tsum propped up as she asked, what's his name? Naruto smiled as he said, little one, your new name is Zoroamaru. Naruto was finally coming home. This time, however, Naruto was not alone. Now he had his foxy familiar to accompany him. He had Zoroamaru in his backpack talking to him about many things. Naruto-san, how is the outside world? Is it fun and exciting? Naruto chuckled softly as he said, it's okay, I guess. You get to learn more about different people. Some people are nice. Some are mean. And some just don't care. The world can be such a beautiful place as you can see the amazing sights. The sunset is so beautiful, especially with orange color over the Hokage Tower. Words cannot describe it, the feeling of the sun's rays on your face as you look out into the mystery that is the world. As Naruto kept talking about all the beauties of the world, he could feel the excitement and awe coming off the small fox. The fox was enthralled with the thought of seeing the world through his own eyes and not just stories and fairy tales. He could not wait to feel the wind to go through his body as he ran with his familiar. Just a thought didn't even occur to him a mere few hours ago. His thoughts caused his imagination to wander as he thought about all the possibilities of the things he can do instead of being stuck in a small, white lab. Soon afterwards the fox went to sleep. Naruto figured the small fox must have been through an ordeal. Naruto must admit he would do the same thing if he was Zoroamaru. He smiled as he thought about just like Zoroamaru he was getting another member of his rapidly growing family. His smile grew as he muttered to himself, it just keeps getting better. Orenji is going to lash at me, but it's okay. He can get mad all he wants. He doesn't stay mad for long anyways. Orochimaru should be able to get along with Orochimaru. He could be a mentor to him on how to speak and actually train him as a fighting companion too. Naruto stopped talking to himself as he saw his was in front of his apartment door. Naruto blinked unconsciously as he looked around. I got to stop doing that or I'm going to die a very early death. He opened the door to see his house arranged with some things hang off the walls. Naruto's eyes started to twitch as he walked into his house. He said, Orochimaru, please tell me what in orange blazes did you do to the apartment? Orochimaru slithered out of his small bed with a yawn. One could tell that this orange had been sleeping. Naruto, however, didn't care as he was not amused by the change in his apartment. Orochimaru spoke as he yawned, Hello Naruto-kun, where have you been? Naruto had a violent twitch as Orochimaru was nonchalant about changing things in his house. He loathed when people changed his things without permission. He said irritably, Orochimaru, what have I told you about changing things in the house? Orochimaru smirked at the boy as he slithered around his leg. Naruto-kun, don't you see what all this stuff is? Naruto distinctively looked around. He saw some seals along with a few jutsu techniques written down. It was all categorized by each element and by level of said techniques. He also found various fighting styles hanging from the ceiling. Where did he get all of these things from? He said quizzically, Orochimaru, what is all this? Where did you get all of this? And most importantly, how did you get all of this to fit in my little apartment? The snake hid his smirk at this. Due to Naruto having access to the library that held all kinds of jutsus and styles, it was easy for him to copy everything down and put them into these hanging scrolls. However, getting the hanging scrolls and everything situated was a lot harder. He replied, I can see you are concerned. Don't fret, my dear boy. First thing is that I think it's time to up your training. As a result, I had an idea of making scrolls and putting these techniques, from the library books I asked you to bring home, into them. The final thing is that this can all be hidden from public view. Naruto's right eye twitched. How in blue blazes can these jutsu scrolls and styles be hidden? For Kami's sake, he felt like he was smothered. He sat down at his table and put his head on his knuckle. He said with mirth and sarcasm oozing out of him, Is that so, Orochimaru? Please explain to me how no one is going to see these scrolls. Orochimaru replied, You know Naruto, you catch more flies with honey than with vinegar. Naruto said with his quick wit, The moment I have to catch flies is the day that I realize it's time to die. Orochimaru simply whipped his tail onto the boy's leg, causing the boy to jump. Now since you are done with the witty jokes, let me explain. During the year while you have been at the academy, I have been working on honing my Fuinjutsu skills. I have effectively put at least 20 seals in each room. Naruto's eyes twitched once more. So you're telling me that you have seals on my walls? That's just lovely. Now when Ajisan comes to check on me, he will definitely be suspicious of every move I make. Just fantastic. Naruto had been learning about Fuinjutsu and had been learning the most important part of Fuinjutsu, the right seals. Before he could learn about adding chakra and things like that, he had to write the seal correctly. Other than making the right array, everything else will be easy. Orochimaru, however, was more optimistic. You know, for a person that is always happy, you are very pessimistic. Now there are approximately 5,000 seals all around the house. Think about it, you haven't seen any of these seals around or even activated until now. I have been using transitional seals to try and connect them into a central mainframe. Naruto hit his head on the desk. This was frustrating as he was not only confused by this but just downright maddening that he didn't even see or know that this was going on. What did he mean by mainframes and transitional seals? Orochimaru-kun, what do you mean about transitional seals and a mainframe? What do they do exactly? Orochimaru started to explain, well, basically the transitional seals allows there to be a connection between one seal to another. These are probably the second most important seal as it allows the transfer of energy to go smoothly. Now when I mean mainframe, I am talking about the nucleus or the center of the seal. Now this is the most important seal because if the main seal is not strong enough, the whole network of seals will either blow the whole system or it will simply not work. Naruto's body became extremely excited as his eyes lit up. He said, "Wow, that's amazing. So what did you do with the mainframe?" "That has been the problem I've had for months. I had nowhere I could connect it to and I didn't know if it would hold. So during this time, I had to figure out where it would be suitable that you can use it but it would be incognito to the rest of the world. It just so happened that you have a perfect spot to put it. In your room you have a switch that does not work. It looks like it was connected to what used to be the other light in your bedroom. So I took out the switch and installed a button. Everything is connected to the button." Naruto was thoroughly impressed by this. A few things Orenji has done has impressed him. This was another one of them. He asked with awe filled in his voice, "How are you able to do all of this stuff? No offense, but you are just a snake." Naruto could see the snake grow a frown on his face. Orenji wasn't just any snake, he is a summon, a powerful one at that. It was insulting to even be compared to a common snake. He said in a factual tone, "I can talk, read, write, fight, and use chakra. Trust me, I'm not just a normal snake. I was able to henge into a normal shinobi and was able to purchase the items required. I got the money by transforming into a human and work late at night." That was partly true, but no need for Naruto to know that just yet. Naruto was pleasantly surprised by the snake's reply. He didn't mean to be offensive. It was more out of awe. Orenji gained another feather in his cap. "Orenji-kun, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just thought about how awesome it is to be able to do that." Orenji was slightly stunned. He forgot sometimes that he wasn't a summon in the eyes of Naruto. To Naruto he was a snake that somehow was able to talk, speak, etc. It just made him remember that at some point he is going to have to tell the boy the truth. But for now he had to keep his pride and his mouth shut. "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, I had some bad food and my stomach has made me sort of grouchy." Naruto clearly could see through that deception as Orenji had a mild jump in his vocal cords. For some time now, Naruto's ears could tell if something was amiss. Well, in fact, many things were acting weird or even untraditional, like the flowers following every move he made. Maybe he was just a tad bit crazy. He shook off the notion as he said, "It's okay Orenji. Let's get back on the topic of Fuinjutsu and how did you seal my whole house?" Orenji spoke with incredulous flowing out of his mouth. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Well anyway, the seals are now connected to the button. The problem is it won't be operational yet." When he said the last part it was more of a dismissal wave. Naruto was not as dismissal as Orenji. How can someone easily dismiss something this important? Orenji put his hard work into not only creating the seals but made it so Naruto could not even tell they were even there. This was damn important and Naruto was not going to let it go. "Orenji, why won't they fully work? Is there something with the connections or something?" Naruto's worry didn't surprise the snake that much. Naruto has been curious as to how things work and to Orenji this was not an exception. He smiled softly as he couldn't wait to teach the boy all about seals because he most assuredly is going to need it very, very soon. He said, "For this seal to work it needs enough chakra that could get it going. I do not have enough chakra to make it move but I know someone who does." Naruto jumped up excitedly as he screamed, "Who? Who is it? You gotta tell me." The orange snake smiled as he saw the absolutely giddy blonde-haired boy jumped up and down. He was happy to see Naruto like this. In life there can only be so much happiness and innocence. One should enjoy it while they still have it. He quipped, while I'm looking right at him. It had given Orenji the desired effect. Naruto's eyes lit up like fireworks on a starless night sky. Naruto's fascination with seals and Fuinjutsu reminds him of the three Sannin, as each had a fascination with seals but for entirely different reasons. Naruto was so excited that he wasn't able to say anything. "Follow me Naruto-kun. I'll take you to the main frame." Naruto could only nod and let the fox lead him. Naruto's eyes could only blink as he gently placed his backpack onto his bed. The switch looked extremely ordinary. It wasn't like anything Naruto had imagined, causing him to pout slightly. Orenji saw it but disregarded it. "Naruto-kun, this is the seal. Now, like I said earlier, it doesn't do much right now as it does not have enough juice to power it. That is where you come in. Remember when I taught you how to fully release some chakra? Naruto nodded. It was not exactly the best of days for either of the two. Naruto expelled so much chakra, he nearly sent Orenji back to the summoning realm. Orenji even had scars to show the incident. It was there Orenji learned that Naruto has the greater chakra reserves than anyone he has ever seen. Orenji shook off the thought as this was more important. Orenji continued, well, to make this switch work, I need you to release chakra into the seal until I say stop. Naruto's curiosity was piqued as he asked, Orenji-kun, how will you know if the switch is juiced up enough? Orenji with his snake-like smile said, you will see the invisible seals light up into an orange hue. That will tell you that it is getting the energy. When it turns green, that means that the seal is completely charged. Naruto nodded as he kept flicking the light switch. It just seemed to be so addictive to keep touching it. He smiled as he saw the twitching Orenji. He said, okay, when do you want me to start? Orenji said irritably, now would be nice. Naruto simply shrugged as he said okay. He put his hand on the switch. He closed his eyes as he started to concentrate on releasing chakra. Due to Naruto having so much chakra, it took him much more time and concentration than most. He has been working on controlling his chakra by using the exercise, but releasing it is a totally different monster. If he just released it, he will more than likely overload the seal, although Naruto didn't know that. He breathed slowly as he released his chakra, albeit very slowly. The chakra connected to the switch. Orenji's eyes marveled as the glowing blue chakra filled the switch. A few moments later, the chakra was expelled every cardinal direction. The chakra started to hit the invisible seals, making them glow. It was amazing as it started to fly across each and every seal. Orenji's eyes could only dazzle as he saw his hard work being put into action. As it moved at a brilliant speed, Orenji looked at the boy to see how he was holding up. His reaction was of shock as he saw sweat steadily fall from the boy's whiskered face. He had to admit he didn't expect Naruto to concentrate this long. He knew that if was in Naruto's shoes, he probably would have stopped by now. It just goes to show how powerful will and determination can actually be. His musings stopped as he saw the scrolls that hung from the beige and blue ceilings were disappearing into their own respective seal. Orenji was absolutely giddy as they rolled into the seal almost like magic. Naruto, however, wasn't feeling exactly magical. He felt his head pounding into a trillion pieces. He could feel himself slip up a few times as the process kept going. To be honest, he didn't know how much more he could take. He admittedly hoped it ended very soon. Orenji knew it was almost over as he saw some of the initial seals connected to the switch were starting to turn green. He was pleased by how successful everything is going. It was even more impressive that an 8-year-old was able to do this at all, but then again Naruto was not an ordinary 8-year-old. It only took a few moments before all the seals turned green. The light show ended with a bang as it made one huge pop. It was almost like a green firework went off. Naruto was naturally knocked down and lost his concentration. Luckily, the process was complete as the seals became black and finally invisible. He huffed and puffed as sweat glided down off his face. Orenji quickly slithered to the boy and squeezed him. You did it, Naruto-kun. You were able to power the seals all by yourself. I'm so proud of you. It was a surprising thing for Naruto as only on special occasions did Orenji give him his proud squeeze. In essence, this was a very special moment for the boy, except Naruto couldn't really breathe. Orenji can't breathe. Orenji had the decency to blush as he let the boy go as Orenji started to lie on Naruto's bed. Naruto relaxed as his body finally was able to move. His face finally went back to its natural color. He said, Sheesh Orenji, were you trying to kill me? Naruto cracked a smile on his face as Orenji was laughing as he accidentally hit Naruto's backpack. When he hit the backpack, it fell onto the floor with a heavy thud. Naruto's eyes went wide as he and Orenji heard a light growl. The bag was unzipped, revealing a rolling Zoroamaru. Orenji just blinked as his mind went blank. Naruto forgot all about the small fox after seeing his home full of hanging scrolls. Naruto, who is this? Orenji asked with confusion filling his hissing voice. Naruto looked sheepish as he rubbed the back of his neck. He chuckled nervously, with a smirk somehow plain on his face, as he said, Orenji, I guess you're not the only one with secrets. It was Monday afternoon and Naruto and his classmates were in the academy arena. The academy arena was a small stadium. It had one door that led inside the battlefield. Right now the kids were sitting in the special waiting room. It was special day not because they have a double team exercise in the academy arena but because they have a very important guest to watch. Or he will be coming very soon. Okay class, as you know, today we are going to see how well you have grasped double teaming with your partner. We will call you and your partner over there where the door is. Usually I or Mizuki-sensei would normally be the judge of this event. However, today we have a special guest. We will start when gets here as he will be grading your performance. Since this will be a whole day event, once you are finished with the performance, you are done for the day. In the meantime, you can converse with your partner. Naruto was surprisingly relaxed. He sat there and enjoyed the view of everyone conversing about who will be the special guest. How could they forget that Irika told us it was the Hokage that will watch us? Sasuke and I will give the Ajisen a show. Speaking of which, where is Sasuke anyway? Naruto's question was sooner answered. Hey Naruto, how was your weekend? Naruto looked at the raven-haired boy. The boy looked ragged to say the least. He looked as if he just got out of bed. His eyes were bloodshot as his body looked as if he was put through the dirt. Naruto's eyes became quirked at this. He could hear it in his voice. It was raspy. To be quite frank, Naruto was worried if this was going to hinder their fight. He said, Sasuke, you like a cat's fur ball. What happened to you this weekend? Naruto almost snorted as the Uchiha twitched. Sasuke had been through what is known as the intense training week of the Uchihas. Every third weekend of each month the Uchihas have go through an intense workout that included fighting with fire. They would pour gasoline and sulfur onto kunai and shuriken and literally lit them on fire. Those were some of the most intense spars one would see. They even had spars in rings of fire. Sasuke really hated that spar. He said in slight sarcastic tone, I had a very easy and relaxed weekend. Anyway, I got the move down pat. You think this is going to work? Naruto could tell that Sasuke had some uncertainty about the plan. That was natural after all, since he was following an 8-year-old, who for all intents and purposes never did a shinobi battle tactic. However, Naruto was confident in his plan. He said with confidence, relax Sasuke. Take a breather, our names are the last in the class, we're going to be here for a long time. Sasuke visibly relaxed at this. Naruto had enough confidence for the both of them. As Naruto looked at his surroundings, he saw Ino and Sakura were visibly shaken. He frowned inwardly as he whispered something inaudible into Sasuke's ear as he patted his back. He walked over to the two who were having a hard time reviewing their scheme. Naruto walked over with a certain confidence and swagger. Good morning Sakura-chan and Ino-chan, you two look great today. Sakura and Ino both grew a big blush on their faces. So Sakura-chan, how is that book coming along? Sakura smiled as Naruto was helping her relax. The book in question was The Ninja Way by Yurino. Naruto was the one who had introduced her to the book during one of their lunch periods, and it was easily one of her favorites. Whether or not she actually liked the book or was it the fact that Naruto talked to her about it was anyone's guess. She said, I'm on page 173 where Hiru was telling Yuna. What are you two book nerds talking about? Ino said with a huff. She was one that always wanted to know everything in people's lives. However, just like Sasuke, Naruto is a bit conservative about his life. He was a good source of knowledge, but other than that, not too many knew anything about Naruto. For that reason and the reason alone, she did not like the boy. Naruto smirked as he said, Ino-chan, don't you want to read a book with us? After all, books are knowledge and knowledge is power. She huffed as she replied, I prefer knowledge from word of mouth. Why are you even here? Don't you have to be with your partner or something? Naruto smiled at Ino, causing her veins to boil. Ino-chan, I saw that you and Sakura-chan were having a hard time concentrating. So I thought it would be nice to help you relax in your comfort zone with Sakura talking about her books and you wanting to find some knowledge from word of mouth. Now relax and try to figure out what book we're talking about. Sakura, don't tell her. Oh yeah, before I go, Sakura, there is another book installment coming in 3 weeks. Sakura smiled as Naruto walked away back to his seat. Ino, with her arms crossed, said, I just don't like that boy. A few moments later, 4 people came out of swirling leaves. The students were whispering and murmuring as Irika went down on one knee as the Hokage came into view. The kids Naruto, however, snickered cause a huge scowl on Irika's face. Irika yelled, Naruto! Show some respect to the Hokage. The Hokage eyes showed his displeasure, but he waved it off. Naruto, however, grew a big smile on his whiskered face as everyone looked at the boy. He folded his arms as he closed his eyes. He said, I'm sorry, Irika-sensei, I just find it amusing. The Hokage had to raise an eyebrow at this. Hiruzen knew a lot things, but this boy was an enigma even to him. He saw that Irika was about to reprimand the boy, but Hiruzen squeezed the poor Chunin's shoulder. He asked in a soft voice, why is it amusing, Naruto-kun? Naruto still had his smirk on his face. However, one could see the look on his eyes told a different story. Well, it's amusing because one day Irika will be doing the same thing to me when I become the Hokage. Silence. The class looked at Naruto with wide eyes. It was a simple statement, but it was so bold. One could see the determination and seriousness that his eyes held about wearing the red and white robe and hat. It caused something to stir in the Hokage. He didn't know why, but it was almost like a phantom-like image of Minato. He shook of the cobwebs in his head as he smiled. He said, maybe one day, Naruto-kun, but for now focus on this assignment. Naruto simply sighed as he heard the Hokage talk about how excited he was to be here. He explained the rules that Irika went over and went through the doors. Naruto stopped paying attention as his mind was thinking about how Orenji and Zoroamaru are getting along. Although Orenji wouldn't admit it, he was a little jealous of the Black Fox. Naruto had asked him to teach him how to speak. It didn't go so well. The first match is Kiba and Akamaru versus Mizuki. It has been an hour since Kiba and Akamaru battled Mizuki and Naruto was getting bored. He saw the kids come and go. Some were crying while others were frustrated. Some were apathetic and didn't much care. Naruto saw that Hinata and Shino didn't do so well. You could see her downtrodden face and it made something swell in the boy. He walked over to the duo and said, Hey Shino and Hinata-chan, how did you do? Hinata became red-faced as the boy was talking to her, but the crushing defeat by the hands of Mizuki caused some tears to brim the side of her eyes. That told the story that Naruto needed to hear. Hey Hinata-chan, don't feel so down. It was only battle and you were up against a Chunin, someone who has probably killed before. So we are lucky to have the opportunity to learn from our mistakes. So don't be so down. Hinata perked up a little bit as he encouraged her. Her face became even redder as the result of his encouragement. He saw she was still a little bit down. As a result, he said with his charisma evident in his voice, how about this on the early mornings of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays we go to the academy training ground and work on hand-to-hand combat skills. We both need some work. To top it off, Naruto gave Hinata his wide smile. She couldn't resist nodding her head and blushing. She was hesitant to speak as she felt like her throat was closing up. Naruto slung his arms around her and Shino's heads. This caused Hinata to turn extremely red. Naruto of course noticed but passed it off as a girl thing. Guys, we are going to get this and we're going to do it right. By the way Shino, I've heard that there was a new discovery of a chakra-enhanced insect called the Kamakirimushi. Shino was extremely surprised even with his stoic demeanor. It was rare to hear anyone take an interest in such a thing. His father had told him about the bug but he dismissed it as he didn't know anyone else who would want to talk to him about insects. He said with stoicism, I've heard about Kamakirimushi. Unfortunately, the information about the insect is very little as we are finding out more about it. If all goes well, Konoha will have a new breed of said beetle. Naruto smiled and said, "That's great, Shino. You have to show me it when you get a chance. I have a theory of why its horn is soft. I'll make sure of that, Naruto." 2 hours have went by and the restless blonde-haired boy and the nervous raven-haired boy saw the group before them come out with sullen faces. Sakura was muttering something about Ino not paying attention while Ino was actively blaming Sakura about not being quick enough. Naruto could only wince at their banter. Sasuke whispered to his teammate, "They definitely didn't do well at all. From what I can tell, Sakura wasn't fast and Ino wasn't paying enough attention. Do you think that Mizuki is using genjutsu?" Naruto thought about it for about 15 seconds. He could only shrug as he replied, "I have absolutely no idea. He seems to have a lot of chakra, so it would surprise me if he did. Then again, we are up against a Chunin. So anything goes." Sasuke replied, "Will this affect the plan?" Naruto said critically, "It shouldn't, but if it does, we go to our backup plan." Sasuke said, "Okay, so you have backup plan. Great, so what is it?" Naruto smirked as he gave his ever witty answer, "Well, what we're going to do is use you as a decoy while I run like hell." Sasuke's right, I started to twitch. Naruto just smirked as the boy was ready to pull out his kunai from pouch. So easy to rile up. He's going to die of nerves way before an enemy can. Sheesh. Before Sasuke could do something he would regret, Iruka came out of the sword and said, "Sasuke, Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, it is your turn. Good luck." Sasuke dropped the kunai that he was about to strike Naruto with. Naruto got up from the bench and patted his partner on his back. He whispered to him, "Relax, we're going to do fine. You just got to believe in yourself." Sasuke was visibly relieved at this. Maybe this won't be so bad. Then again, it is Naruto. Anything can go wrong will go wrong when Naruto is involved. We're so going to fail. Sasuke could only trudge along with his more confident partner. Naruto was thoroughly surprised at the arena. It was so spacious, giving Naruto more room to experiment with his plan. This is going to be an awesome plan. Sasuke should be able to spread his attack. Surprisingly enough, Sasuke was thinking along the same lines. We should be able to beat him. Naruto and Sasuke were on the opposite sides of the arena while Mizuki was in the middle. Iruka was on the side of the arena. He said, "Okay, you two, your objective is to defeat Mizuki in a 2-on-1 battle. Let me remind you that Mizuki will not go easy on you because you are an academy student. In this life, it doesn't matter a Kage or a Genin, you must battle as if you were facing a Kage. The Hokage and I will be assessing your performance. So do your best. Are there any questions?" Naruto raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, can I keep my 2 water bottles? I usually get very thirsty when I practice." Iruka thought about it for a moment as the request was highly unusual. He looked at the Hokage for an answer. However, the old man simply lit his pipe. This wasn't his call, and to be honest, he thinks something wasn't right about the water bottles. Iruka sighed as he said, "That is a highly unusual request, but I see nothing wrong with it. So sure, you can have it." Naruto smirked inwardly as Mizuki was going to get a rude awakening. He bowed to the Hokage and Iruka. Iruka said, "The match between Team Naruto and Sasuke versus Mizuki is about to begin. Is Team Uzumaki and Uchiha ready?" The 2 team members tensed but nodded nonetheless. Iruka said, "Mizuki, are you ready?" Mizuki smirked as he said with arrogance, "Come on, Iruka, it is just a bunch of academy students. They'll probably be the same as the others." Whether or not Mizuki actually felt that way, Naruto really couldn't tell. However, he was banking on Mizuki's arrogance. He made an outward scowl while inwardly he was smirking up a storm. Iruka sighed at his assistant's constant arrogant attitude. He honestly hoped that these kids beat him just for the sake of humility. He said with a little irritation in his voice, "Well, if both parties are ready, then Hajime." No one moved after Iruka told them to start. Naruto was ready to roll as he pulled out a kunai from his pocket. Sasuke pulled out 3 shurikens. Mizuki on the other hand was getting very impatient. He had been waiting for this fight since this morning. Well, I guess the top 2 students are nothing but scared little boys. I must admit, I expected a little fight, but this is just pathetic. He smirked inwardly as he saw Naruto fall for his ruse. This went exactly as he had hoped. He wanted the blonde-haired brat to be his first no competitor. Yeah, that's the word, competitor. Naruto on the other hand was no fool. He mouthed to Sasuke, "It was go time." He said loudly, "Oh yeah, Mizuki. I'll show you who's the pathetic." Naruto rushed at the man with normal speed. Mizuki smirked as he saw Naruto come at him with a punch. Mizuki easily grabbed Naruto's hand only to let it go as Naruto slashed at Mizuki's wrist. Naruto spun and tried to slash Mizuki's abdomen only for Mizuki to grab his wrist. With a demonic smirk firmly placed on his face, Mizuki snapped Naruto's wrist. Naruto yelled loudly as he dropped the kunai. Ignoring the very painful snap of his wrist, he tried to kick away from him only for Mizuki to grab his leg. He smirked as he whispered to the 8-year-old, "And here I thought that you were going to actually doing. You are absolutely pathetic. Maybe your partner will savage this for you." He started to swing Naruto around and around until he released him into the air. Naruto didn't say anything as he was slammed into the wall. The Sandaime did not like what he had seen from Naruto. To be honest, he hoped to see something better. He started to write something down in his notebook. "If those 2 are the front runners of this class as everyone has told me, then I hope die soon. How do you fall for such a taunt like that? I mean, yeah, they're 8, but we have had genin younger than them not fall for that." Then he could not even back up his words. This is very disappointing performance from Naruto. Well, let's see how the Uchiha boy does. Seeing Naruto getting flung like that made Sasuke a tad bit nervous as he wouldn't admit it out loud, but Naruto was a better fighter than him. He gulped as he saw Mizuki was looking right at him. However, he knew what he had to do. He swallowed his pride and got into a defensive position. Mizuki said, well, if it isn't the son of the Uchiha. You know, I must admit I like that Uchiha saying. The Uchiha are the fans that blow the flame. Yet it seems like that you are neither. You aren't the fan as you are weak and immature. Yet you are not the flame as you are not a leader, nor are you a powerhouse. I know more clanless people who are and always will be better than you. The raven-haired boy was naturally taken aback by this but kept his mouth shut and threw a shuriken at man. The shuriken was abnormally fast for an 8-year-old, but Mizuki dodged it nonetheless. Mizuki saw it was high time to show this weakling that he is the student and Mizuki was the teacher. He rushed towards him in high speeds. For Sasuke, it felt like it was the Flash from the comics his brother read coming at him. He soon in what could be described as a blurred ducked from the incoming punch. He saw a moment where Mizuki left his right leg open. He smirked as he did a quick leg sweep, forcing Mizuki to jump over him. He threw a shuriken at a wide-open Mizuki. Mizuki's eyes went wide as he saw a quickly approaching ninja star. He spun in the air to dodge it. In a split moment that it went by him, he saw a gleam of light tailing the star. Well, shit. Sure enough, the wire wrapped around him as Sasuke pulled the ninja wire back. Unfortunately for Mizuki, he wasn't able to cut the wire with the kunai that was at his side in enough time. It gave Sasuke just enough time to do the hand signs, horse, tiger, snake, and then ram. Mizuki's eyes went extremely as Sasuke yelled out, "Ketan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique." Mizuki stood there shocked and unable to move as the young Uchiha took a deep breath. Mizuki closed his eyes as he waited for him to become an extra crispy piece of meat. Puff. Mizuki opened his eyes only to see black smoke. The Hokage was surprised by Sasuke's ingenuity for using ninja wires and shuriken. This one definitely has a lot of potential, but for him not being able to utilize his fireball attack is very worrisome. It makes you wonder why he would try such a thing. These two should complement each other, but they are separated like oil and water. Wait a minute. Oh, forget what I thought before. This could get very interesting. The Hokage had a ruse smile on his face as he watched a very interesting second part of the story, especially when he noticed the 2 water bottles on the far left had mysteriously disappeared. Naruto had the smirk on his face grow as he saw his plan coming together smoothly. Great job, Sasuke, now let me do the rest. Naruto saw Mizuki laugh as he coughed up black smoke. The black smoke faded, only showing a full fearful Sasuke. Mizuki wheezed out with his ever so taunting voice, "Oh my, it seems the Uchiha has come up a wee bit short. Well, don't worry, I'll let you down easy for the great shame you have brought to your clan." The man was ready to finish this match as he pulled out his kunai. He was about to start running towards the raven when... crack! Mizuki could only turn around to see his first victim standing up with a sense of resurgence. Mizuki eyed him suspiciously as Naruto cracked his knuckles. Mizuki started to taunt him, hoping to get something out of him. Oh, so the other disappointment comes back to play. I better finish this one dash. He wasn't able to finish taunt as Naruto quickly in his face with a right hook. Mizuki felt as if a freight train got him as he started to stumble back. He only stopped when he felt a mean sidekick connect to his upper back courtesy of the one Uchiha. Shit, what the hell is happening? Mizuki thought he wasn't able to get out of the way from Naruto's heel kick. It only got worse for the poor instructor when Naruto did a kick to the jaw, causing the man to fly a few feet into air. Sasuke waited a few moments for Mizuki to come down to do a spinning right kick into the Mizuki's right temple. The man hit the ground with a thud. Sasuke took satisfaction in that last hit on the man. That man should have known to taunt people. Naruto, however, wasn't having the same reaction. He scowled as he felt this was way too easy. He said, "Sasuke, don't let your guard down for a moment. Remember, we have to incapacitate him, and I can feel he's still not done. He is a Chunin after all." The Hokage had become very enthralled in this turn of events. He was clearly impressed by their ability to use synchronized combos right after another. He was glad that he didn't pull the fight. So this is the product that I've heard so much about. They are working together like a team. Naruto seems to be the leader of the group. Sasuke is a great follower. They can be a great 1-2 punch in the near future. It's kind of scary that they remind me so much of Hashirama-sensei and Madara. However, this match is far from over. Mizuki should not be able to go down that quickly. I guess part 3 is about to begin. Sasuke's body moved on its own as it got into a defensive position. What is it about Naruto that makes me do exactly as he said? It felt so weird. It felt as if I don't have control over my own body anymore. Naruto was concentrating more on Mizuki, more specifically, lack thereof. Where is Mizuki? He should have gotten up by now. I bet I could do a chakra pulse to find him. But that is too risky. Maybe I could dash. Naruto's thoughts were halted as kunai soared right past the tag team. The two heard Mizuki laugh at them as Huge came into view. His Chunin attire had become ragged and almost in tatters. He cracked his neck and shoulders as he walked closer to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto went back to his defensive position as the man came closer. Mizuki said as he wiped the dust off of his shoulder, "So it seems that you two actually brought your A game today. I must admit that I didn't expect that you would be able to do combination assault. However, it is such a shame that you two didn't finish me off. It's such a rookie mistake. Well, you are in luck. Since I am your teacher, I'm going to teach you the consequence of your actions." Mizuki threw 4 kunais at the speed of high genin at the tag team. Naruto's now eyes went side as he yelled, "Scatter!" The two barely made it out of the way as the kunais went past them. Naruto threw a kunai towards the third kunai that seemed to be locked on Sasuke. When he kunai hit the other kunai, it blew up into a grayish smoke. Sasuke was almost frozen as he saw Mizuki come out of the smoke. He cursed inwardly as he ducked and got out of the way. Crap! What do I have in my pouch that can help me? Gotta think. Wait a minute, didn't Nezen pack me a dash? Oh yeah, Mizuki, you're in for a surprise. Mizuki was quick and at this point in time was not going to go easy on these brats. He almost instantly made up the space between him and the Uchiha. Within striking distance, he cocked back his fist. Sasuke, on the other hand, waited for Mizuki to attack. Say nighty-night, Gaki. Sasuke just smirked as he threw a flash-tagged. Sasuke threw a flash-tagged shuriken at the white-haired teaching assistant. As Mizuki deflected the ninja star out of his way, a bright flash of light erupted out from the star. Mizuki hissed in pain as the light blinded him from the incoming assault from the raven-haired boy. Sasuke connected with a powerful punch into the temple of the man. The man could only stumble as Sasuke did a spinning heel kick to his jaw. Sasuke's luck ran out as the light from the flash bomb ran out. Crap! Sasuke thought as Mizuki with blood running down his mouth was staring him down like a predator to a prey. It made Sasuke's blood go cold as Mizuki rushed at him with speed he hasn't seen from the man. His legs betrayed him as they would not move and became tree stumps. He closed his eyes waiting for the worst. Clang! You know, Sasuke, sometimes I wonder why I put up with you. Sasuke was pleasantly surprised to see his partner blocking Mizuki from attacking. Naruto was pushing the almost foaming Mizuki back. Sasuke, why don't you take a breather? I'll take care of this big ogre. Sasuke nodded as Naruto pushed Mizuki all the way back. Mizuki snarled as he spoke, well, I guess the Uchiha wasn't the true challenge. Don't worry, I'll take you out. He popped the kunais up and kicked Naruto. Naruto stumbled back slightly but regained his balance in time to stop Mizuki's punch. Naruto twisted Mizuki's wrist with his right hand and brought the surprised Mizuki towards him. Naruto quickly went under and grabbed Mizuki's leg and used his momentum to lift Mizuki and flipped him with a major thud. Hiruzen was naturally surprised by these events. It was both a great achievement on the kids' part as they are working together greatly as a team. It was a disappointment in how easily Mizuki has flown off the handle like this. He was tempted to call the match, but the match was too interesting. With Nico next to him, he whispered, Nico, these two are doing well. But that is not what I want to tell you. I have a mission for you. There is something not right with Mizuki. I want you to do a thorough background check to see any discrepancies that involves Mizuki. She whispered, Hi Hokage-sama. It's not time yet. Naruto thought as he had Mizuki on the ground. He could feel Mizuki, although in pain, was ready to take him out. Mizuki got up with some resistance from Naruto. Mizuki lifted Naruto up off the floor from the collar of his shirt and said to him, I have 2 lessons for you to learn. The first is not letting your opponent get up. Mizuki threw Naruto with all his might into the rafters. Naruto, however, grabbed the support beam and flipped almost gymnast-like onto the beam. Naruto huffed and puffed as he felt something was sapping his chakra. In fact, Naruto felt his arm feel scaly. Weird. However, this wasn't the time to think about that. His master plan that felt like forever is almost ready to come into fruition. With his perfect vision, he was able to see a small blue light illuminating all over Mizuki. Naruto smirked as Mizuki was waiting for him like a sitting duck. It's over, Mizuki-sensei. Naruto yelled at the man, Hey Mizuki. Why don't we finish what we started? Naruto dived towards Mizuki like a bullet. Its speed picked up as the wind was getting cut like a sharp knife. The sound was like a whistle giving Sasuke the indication he needed. He did the hand signs horse, tiger, snake, and then ram. He yelled, Katan, Gokaki no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. Unlike last time, Sasuke blew actual fire at Naruto. Naruto felt the heat rapidly approaching. As a result, he did the hand sign, bird, and yelled, Futon, Kadu Kaju, wind style, spiraling vortex. Naruto started to spin at a rapid pace as he came closer to Mizuki. Shit! He was able to spin to actually use the fireball. This is suicide. Once the fireball collides with Naruto's attack, the whole place will explode. Mizuki thought as he tried to get out of the way. Naruto's vortex was growing in size and speed as it came towards the white-haired man. Boom! The fireball collided with Naruto's wind vortex. The bomb came at Mizuki like a bat out of hell when it hit the floor. The fire flew everywhere, blowing up the rocks and trees in the stadium. Sasuke jumped into the stands where the Hokage had quickly put up a barrier over the party. Mizuki wasn't that lucky as hit with the full brunt of the blast and thrown to the other side, somehow still conscious. What surprised the group was Naruto Uzumaki. Mizuki was right when his thoughts on that being a suicide move. Just the mere heat would burn a person alive. Yet Naruto, however, had something for that. The dust cleared to show Naruto was just fine with a huge water ball swirling around him. He smirked as the water returned back into the 2 water bottles placed in his wrists. Well, that was certainly explosive. As the Hokage stopped the explosion, he thought to himself, what the hell is this kid learning? That is a fucking suicidal move. This was supposed to be a submission battles, not destroy everything and kill everyone while you're at it. Naruto always finds a way to make my headache that much worse. The question is, how is he learning these things at such a young age? Those 2 attacks are of 2 totally different elements. One of wind and one of water. This kid is good. Too good. Sasuke had a front row seat of possibly the biggest explosion of his young life. Although Naruto had told him to use his technique when heard a whistle, this was definitely not what he expected. That was downright scary. His body hasn't stopped shaking, especially after seeing Naruto walking towards Mizuki with not even a scratch on him. How far ahead of me are you, Naruto? Naruto meanwhile walked over to Mizuki with the intent of finishing this once and for all. He ran towards Mizuki as the man tried to get up. Naruto can see the pure hatred in the eyes of the Chunin. It was almost as if it was a hideous, putrid, foul beast. Mizuki snarled, "I'm not done yet, punk." The man with all of his remaining might went for a chakra-laced punch. Naruto's eyes, though stone cold, gained a mischievous gleam as he deflected the final attempt by Mizuki. He said, "I guess when it comes to big battles you always freeze." With Naruto's advancement in water manipulation, he released a wave of water from the water bottles at the man. The man snarled for a moment as the water his already beaten body. In an instant his eye became wide as he started to hear the water crystallize with his body. What the hell is going on? Naruto smirked as the crystallizing ice started to spread all over Mizuki's body. The man started to gasp for air. "Well, Mizuki-sensei, this is one of the prank seals I modified." "Iruka-sensei, it would be wise to call the match as Mizuki might just die from either dehydration or hypothermia." "Your choice." Neither Sasuke nor Iruka could believe the final events of this match. Sasuke couldn't believe that they worked well together. Iruka, on the other hand, couldn't believe that 2 academy students could actually pull it off. The whole exercise was to show the point that working together can allow the mission to be complete. He didn't think that this would work so quickly. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Congratulations, you two. Although you nearly blew up the whole newly renovated arena, you two have shown an exemplary amount of synchronization and teamwork. I think it should be highly noted that both of you showed tremendous toleration for pain, such as Naruto getting up after getting smashed into the wall. Since you did complete the task at hand, I'm giving you an A+. Hokage-sama, is there anything you want to add? The Hokage stood up as the 2 ANBU members took Mizuki to the hospital. Naruto was nervous on the inside but kept his cool demeanor as the Hokage eyed him and the Uchiha critically. He said in his teaching voice, "First, I would like to say thank you, Iruka-kun here, for allowing me the honor of being here to watch all of the fine young children compete. You have done a great job with them. Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun, you two were able to complete the task asked of you. As a result, you get an A for that. However, there were things I did not like in your performance today. The first is the fireworks. Some moves are naturally flashy, but as a ninja you want to finish the job swift and efficiently. That brings up the second problem I have. It is good you two came up with a plan. However, the longer the plan takes to develop when it comes to battle or life, for the most part, too many problems can occur at each step. For example, the variable of, say, the water bottle failing somehow, it would mess up the whole situation. The final thing I hated out of the whole performance was suicidal shit that was pulled. Normally I do not like to curse in front of children. In this case I am utterly appalled to see such a dangerous maneuver done by 8-year-olds who have a lot of potential. That move should be banned, but no one is stupid enough to combine a fire blast with a rapidly rotating vortex in an attempt to defeat the target at hand. Not only would kill the people in the surrounding area but yourselves and the target. Imagine if I wanted him alive as he had some vital information. Now you screw that up and everything goes down the drain. I do not like suicide jutsus, but I hate when young ones improperly uses one. Naruto and Sasuke had their heads down as they received their tongue lashings from the Hokage. Iruka didn't like the Hokage berating his students but could not argue with the Sandame's points. However, there were a lot of good things from the battle. Naruto and Sasuke's heads were up as they listened to the Hokage's other points. Well, to start, I love the fact how you actually planned. There are not many 8-year-olds with the capacity to plan how to beat a Chunin. I also love that you have a concept on elemental ninjutsu. It clearly showed that both of you are developing your skills at the elemental plane. Sasuke-kun, your fireball was amazingly done. Naruto-kun, I am glad to see that you have learned a thing or two from the books you've been reading. I'm pleasantly surprised to see you use not one but two different elements back to back. I also agree on Iruka's points as well. I love that you two were not only able to focus but tolerate the mental taunting. Surprisingly enough, more shinobi are injured or killed by the use of the silver tongue. You two are learning at a very rapid pace but do not get cocky. There was something that I had to ask. Sasuke-kun, I noticed that you ever so slightly changed the formation of your fingers when you first used the jutsu. I know the Uchiha drill that into your brain about doing the hand signs right. I have heard many things about you, one being that you are a perfectionist and that you would not try anything unless you got it down packed. That makes me wonder if it was a nervous mistake, which I doubt, or it was a purposeful mistake. Sasuke looked flushed as Naruto gave him the spotlight at this point. Naruto right now was watching everything unfold as he lied up against a wall. Sasuke said nervously, Hokage-sama, it was Naruto's idea to try and distract Mizuki with the thought that I was superior to Naruto because I was in a clan. When the fireball failed, he thought he had us in a bag. It was a tactic Naruto hypothesized last Friday in class, correct, Iruka-sensei? Iruka nodded as he said, this was more of an elaborate version of the tactic, but yes, it is. The question was, how were you able to make Mizuki believe that? Naruto stood up against the wall and said, well, that is easy, Iruka-sensei. Who barges right at an opponent without having a plan? So who would consider the strongest one to go in? Konoha Shinobi is too smart for that. It has also helped that I am not from a clan and Sasuke is one from the most prominent clans in Konoha. The Hokage was proud. I must admit, Naruto-kun, I loved the seal at the end. So what is the detail of the seal? Naruto replied casually, Hokage-sama, the seal is a highly potent ice seal. All it needs is water to activate it. The water causes a reaction in which the body becomes ice. However, it takes too long to activate. The seal has been in effect when I landed that punch in the very beginning. It was when I saw the small blue light illuminated from him that I realized that it was ready. The Hokage hummed slightly. I see why you would have problems with the seal, but still very good. You two are dismissed. The two nodded as they high-fived each other. The Hokage smiled as the two walked out with their heads up high. The Hokage's eyes were wide as he saw the crow flew inside the building. The crow dropped down and gave the man a message. His face became grim as he saw the signature. It was time. Chapter 9, The End and Return of Akekiai Genkai. The night felt darker than usual for Hiruzen after spending the day evaluating the group of children. Hiruzen and his council of advisors were looking at the heir apparent of the Uchiha clan. The situation with Kana Hagakure and the Uchiha has become severely worse, and now it was time to face facts. As it is now, there are only two options and neither was exactly ideal. The Hokage, like all humans, have made mistakes in his life that quickly became regrets. However, this situation was going to either break Konoha altogether or compromise it altogether. Hiruzen let out a sigh as he looked at a young boy, no, man whose life and soul will ultimately be sacrificed for what he hopefully will be the good of the village. Itachi-kun, as you know, the day has come for you to make the ultimate decision. This must be extremely difficult to have to decide which side is your family. It was there in his voice. The booming voice of authority tried to cover the almost overwhelming desperation that Hiruzen had. Itachi could feel the heaviness of this situation. Hiruzen had talked to him about this approximately 8 months prior. But this situation was something Itachi had been dreading for a few years. He has been naturally torn as this was a battle, maybe even a war between family and nation. He knew he had been the one stuck in the middle when he looked at his two tattoos. On his left was the infamous Uchiha crest of a red and white fan, while his right arm had Konoha's ANBU insignia. He was learning firsthand that loyalty is more conflicting than once thought. He said with a great amount of stoicism, "Hokage-sama, although my blood courses through them the genes of the Uchiha, my heart will always belong to Konohagakure no Sato. I will do everything in my power to protect her and her inhabitants, even if it means my very life." Although there was stoicism evident in his voice, Hiruzen could easily tell the resolve and pride in the young man's voice. Hiruzen was inwardly relieved as this was his left-ditch effort to stop the Uchiha without causing the death of civilians of Konoha. If Itachi would have said no, then there would be no way to avoid the bloodshed of the innocent. He took a puff of his pipe to help keep his old nerves down. "Itachi-kun, this task is a task that I would not wish on my most hated enemy. It is truly appalling that it has come to this point where blood will forever stain not only the hands of the executioner but that of those who did not stop it sooner." "Danzo, is there anything you want to say?" The seemingly crippled man had some of the same values that Hiruzen had, most importantly regret. He had regretted that he couldn't finish his other mission given to him by the Naidame Hokage. The Naidame, the founder of Academy, had two passions. The first was Kenjutsu, or the forbidden jutsus. The second, or the driving force for the Kenjutsu, was science. He wanted to know how all things work. He knew that Danzo did not have the Hokage makeup but instead one of scientific nature. He was admittedly fascinated by the Sharingan Jujutsu and its ability to basically discard and disregard reality without much of a punishment. As a result of his own curiosity, he gave Danzo the task of completing his research. In essence, he was now given the opportunity of a lifetime to understand the Uchiha's famous Jujutsu. He said in his drowned voice, "I must concur with Hokage-sama. Words can't begin to describe what this task must mean emotionally to you. You remind me so much of the Naidame Hokage in your sacrifice for the great good of Konohagakure no Sato. Don't you agree, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen took a looking puff of his pipe as he said solemnly, "I agree, Danzo-san. His sacrifice has allowed each of us here the opportunity to make it so we can reach this age." Itachi had to interject, "Hokage-sama, I accept my role, but for me to do this with certain conditions being met." Itachi was not doing this because he was bloodthirsty. He knew the strategies of war and he couldn't allow it to happen. This event had put a scowl on the faces of the two other advisors, a blank look on the face of Danzo, and curious looks on the face of the Sandaime. Itachi could feel his heart was ready to jump out of his pale chest, but he stood there with the bravery of a Spartan. The two advisors Koharu and Hamura both stood up with staunch looks of anger. Hamura yelled at the boy, "How dare you ask for conditions? This is the blood of your nation we are talking about. Hokage-sama, I hope you disregard whatever these conditions are." Koharu nodded at her partner's points. She was not from a clan or anything like that. But she was thinking about the children. Her passion was teaching children and she had always pushed for the welfare of children, which is one of the reasons why the children's age to pass the test is higher than any of the 5 nations. The Hokage, however, was visibly frowning. He has heard some really ridiculous things from council, but this one is up there. Here it was a man who was doing the ultimate sacrifice in killing his own flesh and blood, and where they will make him an S-ranked nuke ninja. And all he wanted was some conditions. He understood where they were coming from, as the conditions could be ludicrous. He said in a cold, stoic voice, "Hamura and Koharu, before you make such an atrocious claim, we should listen to what the conditions are. Now Itachi-kun, what are your conditions?" Itachi for a briefest of moments felt like leaving. Those two old bats pissed him off as they were acting like this was an honor. This was pure out hell on his part, to the point where he could not sleep at night. However, this was more important. "Hokage-sama, I have thought about this for a long time and I have asked myself each and every waking moment why I would accept such a mission. I finally came to terms just this moment as to why I must complete this mission. With all due respect, elders, this is not about you. You have shown me why it was never going to be about you. You, your children, your grandchildren, and the generations after them will benefit by this, but make no mistake, it wasn't about you. The reason I'm doing this is for the flesh and blood that in the time where knowledge means life or death is ignorant to what is going on. The only condition I want is that Sasuke is safe. Koharu scowled at what he said about them, but he was able to hit a sore part with the small boy. She hesitated as she spoke. Itachi-san, why should we allow young Sasuke to stay alive? What would we gain in his existence? Itachi said, you are eliminating a poison tree that you yourself have seen grow into a disgusting eyesore in the garden of Konoha. Sasuke is a seed that has not been poisoned yet. If I am able to eliminate this poison tree, he will able to grow into one of those beautiful trees. Right now he has more friends outside the clan than inside. His best friend in fact is the Uzumaki, where they do every activity together. No matter if it's reading or training, they do it together. Hell, they even do wagers. Think about that council. The boy is more attached to the Naruto, which has to deal with both sides of the house, where the shinobi hate him because of the association with Orochimaru and the civilian hate him because of the Kyuubi, than me or my father and sometimes even my mother. So with the history and association of the Kyuubi, it is highly improbable that an Uchiha would associate with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki without know the dark history. In fact, he follows Naruto around more than Naruto following him. This makes him innocent to all of the problems you have with the Uchiha. Silence filled the room as the Council of Elders slowly digested the information. Hamura, who has been the most critical of Itachi's conditions, felt his heartstrings being pulled here. It is never a good thing when an old person feels something with their heart. He had one question that he wanted to know. Itachi, your story is compelling to say the least. However, the question is, how will you take care of him? Itachi replied without missing a beat, it all depends on when I meet him. Okay class, it's time to start. Irika said as the children sat in their chairs. Irika had whipped them into shape where all he has to do is walk in the door and the kids would sit quietly. He had to admit class went smoother this way. He was surprised to see Naruto was in class, as he was usually late. He narrowed his eyes, hoping to see some kind of ripple somewhere to see if it was a genjutsu or something. When he realized it wasn't a genjutsu, he pulled out a manila envelope from his bag. He said, well class, today, I have the grades and evaluations from yesterday's battles. Let me first start by saying every single one of you have made progress. Some of course made more progress than others. Now there are some problems that a lot of you have done on the test. The first thing I want to talk about is taunting. Taunting is a problem, as many of you went straight into battle because Mizuki talked about your mom or your dad. Ninjas do that for that exact reason, because you are in a blind rage and have no idea what the person had in store. Out of the 20 teams, only one team didn't fall for it. The second is lack of communication. Now, unlike in the movies, ninjas do not yell stupid things like now or activate the trap. That is beyond stupid, and to be frank, you should be killed if you think that tactic would work. Before you do anything, you should read the situation at hand. The second is that you must give signals. Only half of the class had used signals. Using signals actually brings up the third problem, timing. When in battle, you must time everything correctly. So for example, you are supposed to lay the trap and you are off by a second, you can kill your partner and yourself. One team was able to do that perfectly. As Irika was speaking, the kids noticed that Mizuki was not around. Naruto and Sasuke knew, but they weren't going to tell anyone. Ino raised her hand and asked, Irika-sensei, where is Mizuki-sensei? Did he become ill? Naruto and Sasuke snickered as they high-fived each other. Irika said, well Ino, before you ever so courteously cut me off, I was going to tell you what happened to Mizuki-sensei. Ino had the decency to blush as Irika continued, as I was saying, only one team was able to do all three and got results. The team was Naruto and Sasuke. They were able to give Mizuki a first-class, fully paid, trip to the hospital room. Gasps were heard as the class was eyeing the smiling blonde and the shy raven. Irika let the kids murmur to each other. With his unnatural sonar ability, he was able to hear each and every conversation. He wanted to know how they are feeling about their classmates. How were they able to do that? Was it Sasuke or Naruto that did the work? How much better are they than us? Well, the Uchiha is from a prestigious clan, but what about Naruto? It's like Naruto is a powerhouse all by himself. Before the kids could hound Naruto and Sasuke about the details, Iruka got the information he wanted. He yelled, "Enough! Now I would bring you to the hospital room, but you would probably ruin his vacation." Iruka had a smirk on his narrow face. However, it wiped off when he saw Naruto's hand raised. "What is it, Naruto?" Naruto said with fake sniffles, "But Iruka-sensei, Mizuki doesn't do anything anyway. So is he taking a vacation from a vacation?" The kids naturally laughed as Naruto humorously balled into Chuji's arm. Even though Iruka tried to keep himself reined in, he couldn't help but have a smile on his face. It was those days where everything just feels right in the world. Iruka's eyes widen as days like this is usually the calm before the storm. However, he shrugged it off. "That's very funny, Naruto. Now onto the focus of today's class lesson. Now class, there is something that many teachers do not talk about. There is a word that absolute disgusts me. It is a word that I personally hate. To me the word is like toxic and poisonous. In fact, in certain cases, if I hear you utter that word, I will fail you." The class edged closer to their seats as Iruka spewed his disdain for a word. "The word that makes my blood boil is honor." "Honor?" Naruto's face, like the rest of the class, went blank. Has Iruka lost his mind or something? Iruka could tell by the way the class was looking at him that they thought he lost a few cards in the full deck that it's a good mind. He said, "By the look on your faces, I could tell that you do not understand why. You are probably saying what is wrong with Iruka-sensei? Why does he hate the word honor? What about honor that Iruka-sensei such great disdain for it? Well, write this down. Honor is honesty, fairness, or integrity in one's beliefs and actions." So one would ask, Iruka-sensei, what's so wrong with these qualities? Well, it's simple, we are shinobi. Honor is for those who want to be samurai. I personally dislike samurai, but that is not the point. Shinobi do not expect to fight fairly. Shinobi are put up against a lot more than a sword. We are dealing with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu on a normal basis. It would be against your benefit for you to write down on a piece of paper who you are and what your strength, weaknesses, and all of abilities, then give it to your opponent. Yeah, while you are at it, just stand there, wait for them to study it and let them kill you. No, that's not going to happen. Of course it's a dramatization, class. But it brings the point that there is no fairness in battle. Now what about honesty? Honesty is a tricky thing. Oh yes, quite tricky. One must know who he can trust, and that goes with loyalty. But as I pointed out a few moments ago, the mouth is a shinobi's most powerful tool, and lying is his or hers bread and butter. Shinobi lie for many different reasons, but their undeniable motive is to deceive someone, whether it is the person in front of them or the person in the tree. So we could mark off another trait from honor. Integrity is basically your ethics and morals. Your moral standing should be low. Ninjas get their hands dirty figuratively and literally. High moral people are being above stealing, cheating, and most importantly killing. Kiba cut Iruka off. Iruka-sensei, since we are being taught how to become effective shinobi, what are your thoughts on cheating in your class? Iruka looked at Kiba for a moment. He was surprised, as that was possibly the smartest question Kiba has asked all year. He smiled as his students are finally growing and learning. However, his eyes wandered off to the blonde-haired boy. The boy was quiet, and to be honest, that scared the scar-nosed man more than anything. He coughed as he said, "Well, to answer your question, Kiba, if you try to cheat in my class, it will be the same way as on the field. If you slip and I catch you, then I will interrogate you to find out how long you have been cheating, if and who you are cheating with, and the ways you have done it. If you try and refuse to tell me, then things get drastic. I will see if your information is usable. If it is, I will allow you to stay in my class, but you will have the lowest grade for the rest of the year and will be forced to do E and D rank missions without pay, no matter if it is early in the morning or late at night. If I find the information unusable, then I will give you the death penalty, which in this case is to fail you, kick you out of the academy, and possibly make sure with all my power to make sure you will never ever become a ninja. So unless you know you are 100% sure you will not get caught, then I would advise you to not cheat." Naruto saw the gleam in his favorite teacher's eyes. Naruto could read in between the lines. It was something about his words that caught Naruto off. Irika-sensei just said that cheating is something ninjas do. So why would he want to deter us away from it? Something is definitely off. But what is it? Gotta think. Okay, Irika always has a meaning in his lectures that makes you think outside the box. Maybe he is not deterring us from something. No, he is definitely deterring from something. Wait a minute. I got it. It all makes sense. Clever, very clever, Irika-sensei. Now as I saying. Honor is not in the mindset of a ninja. The mindset is respect, survival, understanding, sacrifice, and chains of command. If you are able to follow these along with luck and skill, you will be a fine shinobi. Now get in a straight line, we are going to do some sparring. As the children were sparring, a certain raven-haired boy watched overhead. He was granted administrative leave as he was given 2 missions. He sighed as watched the children, specifically Sasuke and Naruto, practice their taijutsu on the academy dummies. His mind was in such conflict as he saw what he and many others wished it could be, Konoha and Uchiha playing and working together. Was this a hard concept to understand? Itachi pondered. Together the Senju and the Uchiha, along with the various clans inside of Konoha, could have been the most powerful nation to ever exist. With the ability of Mokuton, the Sharingan, the Byakugan working together, they could stop any threat. But alas, that is the difference between ideal and reality. It seems like you are in a pickle there. Itachi swiveled his body around to see who this mysterious person was. The man has an orange mask with swirl pattern that only shows his right eye. He has a black cloak with red clouds on it. He wears a black long-sleeve top that also covers his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants along with dark black shoes and white stirrups. On his waist, he wears a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. The man's demeanor was that of a child, but Itachi could tell he is a much more powerful being than he put on. Itachi instantly activated his jujutsu as he pulled out his tanto. The masked man smirked inwardly as he put his hands up. If it wasn't such a serious situation, it would be very funny. Now wait a minute, Itachi, let's not be so haste. Itachi was not stupid. You can let your guard down in this situation. Who are you and what are you doing in Konoha? Itachi said with his stoic voice. His voice held some killing intent, as this person was no native of Konoha, or at least before his time. The man twiddled his legs off as he sat on the edge of the building. Well, my dear boy, it would be wise to put that sword away. Itachi put his sword closer to the man's mask. He growled as the masked man was unfazed at the tip of the sword in his face. You are going to answer my questions right now, or your blood will be splattered all over these walls. Itachi was not in the mood to play games. His Sharingan started to spin wildly, but once again it unfazed the man. In an instant, as Itachi had his tanto ready to go straight through the man's skull, he felt cold hard steel on his neck. His eyes went wide as the man that was in front of him not even a millisecond ago had vanished and disappeared. Now Itachi, can we stop this charade and put the weapons away so we can have a sensible conversation? Itachi was silent as he felt a small trickle of blood go down his neck. He conceded and dropped his weapon. The masked man put his weapon back almost in a cheerful mood. See how easy was that? Itachi was forced to turn around and look at the man who was not only mocking his abilities but his state of mind. His ability to get behind Itachi actually scared the raven-haired boy, but he wasn't going to let the man see it. Unfortunately for the young man, the mask could feel it rolling off of him in waves. The man became serious as he spoke. Itachi, you are one of the most interesting and most puzzling Uchiha that I have ever observed. You have all of the genetic makeup to be quite possibly the greatest ninja to ever step foot on this earth. You have excellent taijutsu skills. You are quick, powerful with the draw of weapons, and great defensive fighters. You have great ninjutsu skills like your Katan ninjutsu. You can use fire with ease. It is scary how effortless it is for you to use ninjutsu, along with the fact that you are almost perfect in genjutsu. Your intelligence level is so high for a child your age. But there is one flaw that is keeping you back. He put his finger close to Itachi's forehead as he continued mockingly, you are a head case. You are about peace by not fighting. It is your pacifist belief that puzzles me more than anything. I guess that is what interests me the most about you. You have all the power in the world, but the mind stops you. Itachi growled lowly as he spoke, I don't care if I interest you or not. What I care about is what your purpose of being here is? Now I'm going to ask you again, who the hell are you? The boy was getting very impatient as he didn't know what the risk of having this person around would do. It didn't help that this man has been investigating him. I was very creepy and it was making Itachi how he didn't catch him until now. However, the man scoffed as he said, Boy, you are too young and inexperienced to have the thought to boss me around. Remember this well, you are a wet behind the ears genin compared to me. Itachi replied quickly, It sounds like you have a superiority complex. The man was stopped in his tracks as Itachi thought he had him off guard. The man could only smirk as he looked at boy with a mocking stare. He laughed as the boy, although stoic, has become a tad bit twitchy. He said in a serious tone, that my dear boy is what we are. Our clan is made up of superior complexes that have warranted their deaths. Itachi stumbled as he went backwards, trying to get some space between him and this masked man. Itachi whispered lowly as shock and concern seeped in, You can't be an Uchiha. Stop these games and tell me who you really are. The masked man laughed hollowly as he looked dead into the young Uchiha's eyes. In what took a matter of milliseconds, the man's lone visible eye flashed red with a pinwheel formation. He smirked as he saw the boy's shocked face. He said with great pleasure, My dear boy, I am the greatest Uchiha to ever exist. To be exact, I am the only missing ninja to have the Mangekyo Sharingan. I along with the Shodai Hokage built this place from the bottom up. Itachi could not believe what he was hearing. In front of him was the man who was started the mess today. He was the one who has made his family into a pariah of sorts. It has become so bad the civilians and shinobis are pushing them into a corner. He felt anger rise into him as this man who has caused him lack of peace, simply looking out at the children. How was he alive? Itachi could only ponder. He didn't know what the man wanted, but he could safely assume it was no good. I can feel the overwhelming change in your emotions, but one is constant, anger. Yes, I can feel it rolling off of you like snowball going down a snowy hill. I can see it. I can see the Uchiha blood running down your veins and it is marvelous. I can feel it ready to pop. Let me help you to harness your Uchiha ability to the highest level. Itachi reactivated his Sharingan as he gave the menacing masked man a piercing glare. The masked man was right that the boy was feeling such anger growing exponentially. Itachi growled angrily, Why should I let you do anything? The man walked past Itachi. The masked man merely grinned as he looked at the children going back to the academy. He said, You would be interested in joining me because we are the same. Itachi was pacing back and forth as this man knew how to push his buttons. He knew at this point that he had to stall as he could tell that he could not beat him. I know can't beat him and it would cause too much stir as he could try to bother the children. I got to find out what his motives are. Itachi said lowly, I am nothing like you, Madara. The finally named Madara turned around to look at the boy with arrogance. Boy, you are just like me. You just don't know it yet. I can see Tobirama's dream of the academy finally came into fruition. Just by watching these kids, I can see why you are so interested in this particular class. Yes, it is very clear. Being the older brother is hard, especially when you are the heir. In your eyes, there is an indicator telling me why you are willingly doing your mission. Itachi's eyes went wide as the man glared at him with his like eye. He closed his eyes as he mediated. How does he know about the mission? I haven't told anyone about it. Maybe he is trying to lure out something from me. He opened his eyes as he said, I don't know what mission you're talking about. Itachi didn't get the reaction he was hoping for. The man laughed arrogantly. This caused Itachi to furrow his eyebrows a little bit. The man paced back and forth as he spoke, My dear boy, I was there when my old juniors gave you the order for Judgment Day. Remember, I can be at any place anywhere. I just so happened to overhear your conversation. It was even easier when I killed the ANBU detail outside to watch out for invaders. Great job, they did right. I know everything from the very beginning. After all, if it wasn't for the Uchiha banishing me, this problem would have been solved, but I digress. Maybe I am a bit bitter, but I'm going to give you a proposition. Itachi was admittedly shocked by this. He wasn't to test the man's abilities. It didn't help that he was intrigued by Madara's proposition. He said with intrigue, "What is this proposition of yours?" The man replied without a slither of hesitation, "You are extremely strong, yes. However, you are not going to kill all the Uchiha by yourself. My proposition is simple. I am willing to eliminate 1/3 of the more powerful Uchiha member families and you take the rest." Itachi's eyes flashed for a moment. A proposal is always a two-way street. Madara only told him about what he would for him but not what he would get in return. He asked, "What do you get in return?" The man was cryptic as he spoke. I know the trials and tribulations of being the older brother. The big brother gets all the blame and pain, while little brother always gains the fame. You can bullshit anyone and day you did it for Konohagakure or even to test your ability, but I could tell it is about something else. However, I do not care for your motives." That caught the older Uchiha off guard as the masked man walked up to him. The masked man tapped Itachi's forehead. He smirked as he saw as the younger Uchiha felt pain rip throughout his whole body, especially his eyes. The man said, "Don't worry, I just gave you a present for your future endeavors. I just want one thing from you. I want you to become my apprentice." What may be considered one of the most important conversation in the history of the Five Nations, it would only be known by two people, as one would only see the lone Itachi standing on the building as the wind blew. It was 8 o'clock at night that the eldest Uchiha brother reached the Uchiha clan district. His eyes burned and were all but unusable at this point in time. The pain was excruciating as his body tried to adjust to whatever happened with his eyes. With a small genjutsu, he was able to hide himself at a waterfall. He surrendered to his body and went to rest behind it for hours. Whatever this Madara character did, Itachi wished it never happened. Dwelling on it didn't help Itachi in the least as he stumbled to get to his house. The light seemed to flicker as he moved from house to house. He could hear the reverberating footsteps of some of the Uchiha officers as they moved towards his direction. One accidentally bumped into the heir of the Uchiha clan. "Hey, watch where you're dash." The officer's attitude changed when he saw it was the Uchiha heir. "I'm so sorry, Itachi-sama. Please forgive me for my insolence." Itachi looked up at the man with a hand over his right eye. He could see from the look of the man's golden, red and white stripes uniform that he was a first-tier officer of the Uchiha military. Itachi's facial expression was stoic and passive. He didn't like the person because of the man's apparent arrogance. If Itachi was a lower-ranked Uchiha, the man would have tried to show the error of his ways. It made Itachi's blood boil as he wished this officer would try. "I can't wait till I kill his arrogant ass." He blinked for a moment as that thought came out of nowhere. "Yup, something is definitely wrong with me," he said in his stoic voice. "Be on your way, officers." The man lowered his head as he had a huge shear etched on his face. The high-ranked officer is the son of the advisors to the Uchiha clan. He was actually the next in line for the Uchiha throne after Itachi and Sasuke. He is about 3 years older than Itachi but had nowhere near the same amount of power or talent Itachi has. He could not even awaken his Sharingan. This definitely pushed his chance of being the heir of the clan. He, according to his father, was lucky to have the position he did as his father pulled some strings. It didn't help that everyone talks about the Uchiha genius. "Fuck him," the officer thought about. He said with anger and jealousy slowly, "Itachi-sama, there is something I meant to tell you. You missed the meeting tonight. Actually, you missed the last 5. Just because you are the clan heir doesn't mean you can miss the meetings. That did it." Itachi took his hand off his eye as he looked into the eyes of the officer. When this arrogant prick decided to reprimand him, it was time for Itachi to teach this bastard who and what the pecking order is. He said, "Inteteru, it is neither your discretion nor authority to tell me what my obligations are, especially from a person who works as an officer from 9 to 5, who is able to make the meetings right on pristine time. By the way, I bet you kiss to everyone at the meeting when I'm not there. Don't you?" "Of course you do," after all it would make you look so great in front of everyone when they all laugh inwardly at your plight to become relevant. The man snarled, "Who do you think you dash?" In an instant the man newly named Intateru felt something cold, almost icy, sharp pain at his neck. He didn't dare to move as a small trickle of blood went down his neck. A voice almost a whispered said, "I am Itachi Uchiha, the heir to the Uchiha clan. It is why you were trained since you were little to call me Itachi-sama. You are but a peasant, no a pawn in my future army. As a pawn, I demand respect from you. Don't you know that I can conceivably kill you and I wouldn't get as much as a slap on the wrist? You do not even have the Uchiha bloodline active. Yet you thought that you can order me around or do anything. From the way I and everyone else sees it, you are a peasant and you should always remember that. Do you understand me?" Itachi drove the point home when he slid the bloody kunai to the back of his neck. It was light against the man's skin but rugged enough to cut the skin. A trail of blood followed the kunai as the man stood rigged. He couldn't speak for the fear of what Itachi can and will do. The other two officers stood still in shock as they watched the scene unfold. After a few moments, Itachi kicked him in the back to cause separation between them. He said in a stoic voice, "Now get out of my sight, you useless garbage." The man rubbed his bloody neck as he and the two officers disappeared, most likely to the care center south of the meeting area. When they left, Itachi let out a huge sigh. Who does he think he is? I hate that I'm forced to do that for a peasant. If I didn't, then it would look bad, real bad. This didn't have to happen if people like his father didn't spoil him. I take that back. It's because of his father's jealousy that he is what he is. Itachi's mind wandered as each place became sharper looking. Itachi stumbled almost as his vision was as if it was a dirty window cleaned for the first time. He reached his home a few moments later as he stumbled to get his balance. This reminded him of that woman that tried to take his virginity when he was 13 and she drugged him. He shuddered as that woman was crossed between a venomous snake, a cougar, and a succubus. Oh, how she tried to make him her prey. Shaking those thoughts out of his head, he opened the door. The house was almost pitch dark. Knowing his house like the back of his hand, he silently moved towards the steps, hoping to not wake anyone. Where do you think you're going? Or maybe not. The light of a candle flickered on as the person sitting in the chair placed it back on the desk next to him. The illuminated light showed the shadow of a man whose face could not be seen. The man's protruding scar across face with dark black eyes was the telling for the young Itachi. It was none other than his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku had become a much colder man than in years past. He has become much more of a dictator and only had one agenda on his mind. Itachi loathed what his father has become. Itachi said in his stoic voice, "Good evening, Tusan." Fugaku looked directly into his son's jet black eyes. Over the years, Fugaku learned how to read people's eyes. His son's eyes showed disdain more than likely with him. Fugaku for one was worried that his son would betray the family. However, instead of panicking like anyone else would, Fugaku smiled inwardly. He had a few insurance policies, just in case. He said with his barely contained anger, "You missed the meeting again." Itachi's eyes diverted to the other side of the room. "You of all people should know that S-ranked and A-ranked missions keep people away weeks at a time. After all, you were an ANBU member years ago." It was true that the Uchiha clan leader was an ANBU member, actually an ANBU commander. Fugaku folded his hands as the candle's light flickered. That is true, I was the ANBU Black OPS. However, I never missed a meeting. I knew where my loyalty is. I often wonder about you, Itachi. Has Konoha become your top priority and your family became second? It seems that you obviously lost the line in between. Itachi's eyes flared for a moment before he kept his emotions in check. He said, "The line is more of a brick wall, Tusan. Do you feel that I cannot distinguish my role as the clan heir and a citizen of Konohagakure? I may not be at the meetings as frequently as I once was, but that does not mean I do not participate in the politics and strings that we are currently dealing with. It is appalling that I have to explain that the missions that are under ANBU Black OPS deal with are not only about the protection of Konoha but future attacks on the Uchiha clan. So it would be in the best interest of the Uchiha clan for me to do my job even if it is at sacrifice of a few meetings. Fugaku's eyes didn't waver as he could read something else. It was too hard for him to decipher, but he could tell that his oldest son had an ulterior motive. He said, "I agree, son. Yet it would be a sad state of affairs if something were to happen to you and a demon follower of a brother were to take over. In a flash Itachi was in front of his father with a blade at his neck. Yet even though he has a blade at his father's neck, the eldest son did not see fear in his father's eyes. In fact, Fugaku grew a smirk on his face. So my dear son believes that he could strike his old man. You are soft, Itachi. That's why you are not leading the Uchiha clan as of yet. You see, your brother will amount to nothing more than a grunt, a follower at best. He has that killing instinct but not nearly enough talent or leadership. You on the other hand have the talent but lack the killing instinct. You act like you love your brother, but it could conceivably stab him and you won't do a damn thing about it. But your brother on the other hand, all I have to do is say is killing you would get my approval and he'd probably do it in an instant. He is gullible waste of sperm. He probably is not even mine." Itachi could see that his father meant what he said, making it that much worse. The blade edged closer to the man's neck. Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan while Itachi activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Fugaku spat, "You're not going to do a damn thing, so put that blade away or I will show you a real blood splatter. Don't make me do something you will regret." Itachi pulled his blade back as he turned away from his father. Fugaku taunted, "That's what I thought. You are weakling just like you mother." Itachi simply walked away. "Fugaku, you will meet your end at my hands. I'll guarantee it." As he walked up to his room, he sees a letter on the ground. The letter had an insignia he had never seen before. It was the Konoha symbol with the Uchiha Sharingan on the inside instead of the normal spiral. What the hell is this? I've never seen this sign before. He opened and read it slowly. It read, "Itachi Uchiha, I must talk to you about something of vital importance. This matter is in regards to your success on your vital mission. Meet me on top of the Hokage mountain tomorrow morning. I will be waiting. M.U." Itachi blinked as he could not believe someone knows his mission. How was the question? Was it the Madara guy toying with him? Just the thought boiled his skin. It made sense as the initials were MU, but it still bothered him that someone else knows. He crumpled the paper and put it in his secret drawer under the floor. He sighed as he closed his eyes, knowing this wasn't going to be a restful sleep. "I will kill you, Fugaku. You can bet your life on it." 4 o'clock came as quick as it comes for Naruto. Today was another day in which he worked out early in the morning. He sighed as the sun was not even up yet. Midway through his first year at the academy, Orochimaru felt that it would be in his best interest to start using the facilities that he was given to use. He showered and got dressed. He could see Orochimaru sleeping slightly as he coiled up even closer in his pillow. Naruto grabbed the scroll that Orochimaru had made for him off the counter and was on his merry way. Naruto found it easier to take the rooftops as the street lights were on, and it would give him an advantage over any less than reputable people. It's very quiet tonight. I wonder why." He was right that it was quiet. He simply shrugged it off and went on his way. He finally made it to the academy where an ANBU guarded the entrance. It was normal to have an ANBU in the premises of the academy as it is one of the cornerstones of Konoha. Naruto bowed in front of the ANBU and gave the man his ID. "Good morning, ANBU-san." The man was silent as he put his hand on Naruto's head. It took a few moments before the ANBU member took his hand off the boy's head. "Everything checks out. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. I heard about you and Sasuke's but whipping of Mizuki, congrats. To be perfectly honest, I don't like the guy, but that's not really important. Are you going to have an intense training today or a relaxed one?" Naruto and the ANBU member essentially met each other at the academy. The man started his ANBU career as the guard of the academy the very same day as Naruto decided to train at night. He knew who Naruto was but didn't really care. He was just a boy like him. So they along fine talking about anything that crossed their minds at the time before Naruto started to train. Naruto said with a yawn escaping his lips, "It's going to be a relaxed workout. Feeling very sore, but it will wear off soon, I hope." They both laughed as Naruto started to walk into the building. "Okay Naruto, take it easy on your body today." "Can do." Naruto was on autopilot. His body was gliding through the halls as gracefully as a gazelle. One could see that the boy was not there as his eyes had become dilated. As his body kept moving, his mind was somewhere else. Yes, Naruto-kun, learn how to defend against a 3-on-1 and those katan users. It took a few moments until he shook off his near unconscious state. It was here that he realized he reached his destination. He whispered to no one on particular, "What the heck happened was that?" Naruto shook his head as he started his routine. He went into his bag and pulled out some weights for his arms and legs. They were about 10 pounds each. He grunted as he felt the weight bring him down. He adjusted himself to the weight and started to run 40 laps around the circumference of the training ground, which was about a half of a mile in diameter. Naruto grunted as he could already feel the 40 pounds of dead weight his arms and legs as he ran. After his run he got into push-up position. Normally he would do the 100 push-ups, but today he decided to stay in push-up position. A minute passed as the sweat fell down his face, however his body didn't even buckle once. 2 minutes passed and Naruto started to wobble. "Come on Naruto. You got to keep going. Come on. Come on." As Naruto mentally motivating himself, his body was waning. Drip. 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 He was sweating heavily as he held on by a string. "What's going on? I got to fight this. I know I can hold on for much longer than this." Naruto's body started to fall. Naruto grunted as he unconsciously forced chakra into his arms. His arm's skin started to turn red as the blood cells started to harden. Naruto yelled in pain as he felt the pain go through his body. With one last push, Naruto held his position as chakra floored his arms. Cling. Naruto stopped as he heard something fall. His eyes went wide as he saw not one but two sharp, scaly things fall in front of him. Naruto quickly backed away as he saw them. They were bluish, almost purple in color. Naruto started to scratch his arm subconsciously. Where in Kami did those things come from? Wait a minute. Naruto felt his arms to feel not one but two slits coming from both of his forearms. He yelled out, not caring if anyone heard him, "What the hell?" Naruto's arms were slowly closing as he fell back even more. He panted as he walked over to the weightless scales that laid there, almost as confused as the one it came out of. He lifted it up and inspected it. "What are you?" he wondered as looked at it closely. It was shaped like a shark's tooth. He rubbed it up against the ground to see how sharp it was. It went about 3 inches deep easily. Naruto was truly surprised by it as his kunai was sharp enough to go about 2 inches in. He grabbed the other scale and, being the ever-curious 8-year-old, rubbed it up against his palm. He hissed as it cleanly shaved off a part of his palm. Naruto for his part didn't feel his skin come off as it healed almost immediately. He however felt something pull on his chakra. Of course he could feel Orochimaru pull on his chakra, but this was different. It felt more tainted, dark even. He looked at the scale as it started to glow a bright blue hue. It was denser than it was before. Naruto could only marvel at the scale that came out of his arms. "I got to tell Orenji about this, but for now I need to keep practicing." Naruto set the spinning dummies in place. He sighed as he said, "Let's do this." It was 8 o'clock and class was in session. Irika was looking at the class with intrigue. The class was unusually quiet. He surveyed the class and saw someone was missing. "Okay class, let's go through a roll call. Shino Aburame?" Irika went through the roll call as the kids started to whisper what was going on. Sasuke and Naruto weren't there. Usually Sasuke was the first one there. Naruto on the other hand was barely on time. So it wasn't a stretch for him to be late. Ino whispered to Sakura, "Do you know where Sasuke or Naruto are?" Sakura shrugged as she had no conceivable idea of the whereabouts of the young Uchiha or the young Uzumaki. Irika has had this bad feeling all day, no, actually this whole week. He didn't like this feeling at all. Where are those two asses? Alright class, it's time to begin class. Today's class is dedicated to blood dash. Crash. Sasuke crashed through the door with him sprawling to the floor. The class eyes went wide as Sasuke groaned in pain. Irika blinked as Sasuke didn't get up. Okay, that answers my first question. Irika said with a bit of amusement, looks like Sasuke is getting a crash course of time management. Now don't try and fall forward next time. Oh, and by the way, you have detention today for being late. Sasuke groaned as he heard everyone in the room laugh at his plight. He did notice that his best friend was not laughing. That was not a good sign, but a great sign, as Naruto would be the one who would never let him live this down. He said in a groan, "You know, Irika-sensei, this is why I didn't vote for you for Teacher of the Year." Irika smiled deviously as the children saw Irika put his foot on Sasuke's back. He said, "Well, Sasuke, that's all well and good, but it doesn't seem to make your life any easier. I guess you can add to your accolades and accomplishments, Teacher of the Year's detention for tomorrow. Congratulations. Not go to your seat and be a good little boy like you normally are." The poor Uchiha put his head back on the ground as he sighed. Teachers could be so cruel. Irika cleared his throat as he spoke. As I was saying, today's class we will be talking about bloodlines. Does anyone know what a Kekii Genkai is? Irika surveyed the area and only saw Sakura's hand wave frantically. He sighed as he hoped that someone else would raise their hand. He said, "Okay Sakura, what is a Kekii Genkai?" She said with confidence beaming out of her pores, "Irika-sensei, a Kekii Genkai is abilities passed down genetically within specific clans. It's possible for a ninja to have more than one of these abilities. Kekii Genkai abilities that work via the user's eye are called dojutsu. Other Kekii Genkai include mixing one type of elemental chakra with another, creating a new one unique to the users, which is usually impossible for normal ninja." Irika said, "Excellent. However, that is just the basic answer. Kekii Genkais and their related techniques cannot be taught to or copied by others. Some Kekii Genkais can be transferred. Normally that would consist of dark jutsu and other things that you are not old enough to understand or do. However, if you have a dojutsu, it is a bit different. For that to even be considered, the recipient, or the one who gets the organ transferred to him, must have more chakra than the donor. To learn more about the transferring of Kekii Genkais and the like, it would be in your best interest to sign up for Irionin courses. I will talk about that at the end of the year." Although Kekii Genkai are usually genetically shared within a specific clan, sometimes it is unique to one person alone, and that even family relatives do not share it, such as the Mokuton Kekii Genkai. Yet other Kekii Genkai seem to appear in individuals with no known relation, such as the lava release, which has appeared in ninja from Kirigakure. Are there any questions? Everyone had their hands down except one particular blonde boy. Irika sighed and said, "Yes Naruto, you had a question." Naruto coughed as he asked, Irika-sensei, about what age does a Kekii Genkai normally appear?" Irika blinked for a moment as that question did catch him off guard. Even after all this time knowing his blonde student, it still disturbs and intrigues him of his understanding and knowledge. While Naruto-kun, reports have shown the normal age for a Kekii Genkai to show up as 7 to 15. The older you get, the chances start to go down. So for example, if a person is 35, there is a very small chance that they have a Kekii Genkai. Some Kekii Genkais are at the cusp of being active. For example, Hinata's eyes, they were already like that when she was born. So chances are she has or will activate her family's Dojutsu. Hinata blushed under the pressure of everyone looking at her. Naruto, seeing her dilemma, coughed to gain everyone's attention. "Irika-sensei, is there any way possible to stop or block out a Kekii Genkai? So for example, can you disable or deactivate it in battle?" This caught everyone including his best friend off guard. Irika stammered for a moment and he had to think of what to say. "Well, there is a possibility, but I never thought about it like that. This is something that would probably be taught later but not now." I'm sorry I can't give you a direct answer, but I do commend you on your excellent questions. Unfortunately, this took up more time than I wanted. See what happens if you did not interrupt class, Naruto and Sasuke? Now we have to move on to the next part of class, and my favorite part, hand-to-hand combat. While the children were learning more about hand-to-hand combat, Hiruzen was in his office doing paperwork. Hiruzen sighed slightly as he had to start to slow the flow of Uchiha missions to make sure all was set. It sent chills throughout his old, weary bones. Why it had to come to this, he often wondered. Was it because he was blind to it? He didn't help as he helped to create a monster in Orochimaru. Is hatred so powerful that it goes through generations? He had to lean in his chair as he knew that was sadly true. If it wasn't so, Iwa and Konoha would have been in good terms with each other. Would there be hope for the next generations? He hated to think about Konohamaru, a small child, possibly being a martyr to start another war. It could happen, he sadly mused. He was thankfully taken out of his muse by a knock on his door. You can come in, Hiruzen said softly as he did more work. The slightly taller than average ninja opened the door casually. Hiruzen could see the man's eyes telling him something very grim. He naturally frowned as he really didn't want to hear any more bad news. He said, "Hayate-kun, I see you need to speak to me about something urgent." Hiruzen personally liked Hayate. He was able to basically steal at the time the prodigy of the samurais. When his family decided to trek to Konoha after decades of living in Iron Country, he was more than willing to accept them with open arms. Come to think of it, it has been 11 years since that faithful day. He had such great talent not only with the blade but with ninjutsu. By the time he was 10, he was already a genin. The boy had so much promise until that good-for-nothing traitor Orochimaru fucked him up with whatever that poisonous gas was. It still makes his blood boil. Hayate, on the other hand, was looking worse for wear, and the gas was still messing with his system. He racked a cough as he said, "Hokage-sama, I received some very bad news." The way he stammered made Hiruzen very uneasy. He nonetheless listened to the young 19-year-old. The doctors said that there was more to the poisonous gas than they first thought. The gas had two components. Here is the doctor's report. Hayate slowly gave his superior the manila scroll with a melancholy look on his pale face. The Sandaime didn't like the sound in Hayate's voice as he made sure that it was from the head of the hospital. Fearing the worst, he gradually opened the scroll. It read, "Hokage-sama, I regret to inform you on the problem of a one Hayate Gecko. When he first came to the hospital after a certain mission, we tried to successfully remove the poison that was in his body. The initial gas was a mixture of Cerbera odolum, which, commonly known as the suicide tree. The seeds contain cerberin, a potent alkaloid toxin related to digoxin. The poison blocks the calcium ion channels in heart muscle, causing disruption of the heartbeat, and aconitum, a poison that is an alkaloid called aconitine, which disables nerves, lowers blood pressure, and can stop the heart. When these two seeds are combined and mixed together, it creates a powerful toxin in which one touch could potentially kill a person within seconds in the most damaging way. However, the patient was lucky enough that we were able to remove the component from his body in time. At the time we thought it was over as there was nothing visibly left of the poison. We knew that the aftermath of the procedure would hinder his ability to be an ANBU member or even a jonin. A few months ago we conducted a normal checkup. The checkup showed his oxygen levels were falling quicker than a pebble going down a mountain. His iron levels were rising also. His blood levels were disturbing to say the least. One cut could probably spill as much blood as a normal gash. Usually we would be worried about the iron and give him some blood thinners. But it seems like the gas from earlier has actually had another component. The component was a sleeper or non-detectable. It is even more dangerous. When it is activated, it causes the oxygen to turn into iron. Too much iron in the blood is when the body absorbs an abundance of iron that builds up in organ tissues such as the heart and/or liver. Our body has no natural way to get rid of the extra iron. It stores it in body tissues, especially the liver, heart, and pancreas. It seems that we inadvertently exacerbated the virus as it feeds off of chakra, causing the chakra to store as iron. Normally we could treat it easily by removing some blood, just like when one would donate blood. This is called therapeutic phlebotomy. Medicines may also help remove the extra iron. However, this case is much different. As stated, he has very little oxygen in his body as it is. If he were to go for this surgery, it would take out too much oxygen from his body and he would die, or worse, have an iron lung, which could make him relatively unresponsive from the brain going into shock. The pill will only delay it for only a bit of time. It seems like the herbal uses came from Operation Garden. So whoever did this to this young man is a part of the operation. Be wary. Hiruzen closed the scroll with a grim look on his face. He felt a vicious phantom-like pain in his chest. He always felt something when he sees a young ninja have a career-ending injury. He looked up at the coughing man with a grim but an empathetic smile. He asked with a soft voice, "Did he tell you how long do you have?" The 19-year-old could only nod as he sat down in his chair. He put his hair through his hands as he could only sigh. How did his life get turned upside down? Ninjas of course contemplate dying on missions. Some accept it but do their best to make sure they don't. Others, however, can't accept it and try to find a way to get around using some unethical ways. However, for Hey-8 this is a different scenario. This was not a situation he was prepared for. It took a moment for Hey-8 to answer. He could only tremble as he spoke. He said, "I have a few good years left. I can't believe it, you know. There is something about being in such a vulnerable state. It feels damn." Hey-8 smashed his fists into the old mahogany desk as he stood up. He just could pace back and forth as the old Hokage allowed the man to pace back and forth to relent his frustrations. Hiruzen could not imagine the pain that this man is going through. He could see the man's face was broken. The man gave a hollow laugh as he said, "You know, I always thought I would die in a war or doing an important mission and sacrificing myself to make sure that whatever the mission was would save lives. But this is possibly the worst case scenario. You know. It feels like every time I see or hear people talking about one of us dying on a mission, it's going to kill me, as I will keep thinking if I was on that mission it could have been different." Hiruzen replied softly, "You don't know if that is true, Hayate-kun. I guess you never heard of the butterfly effect. It was a concept thought of by the founders of Konohagakure." Hey-8 looked at the old Hokage with slight confusion as he took a seat. He of course had heard some outrageous theories like the one about the sage that supposedly split the bijus. He laughed at the thought that one man could split those ferocious beasts. This theory from the founders was at least intriguing to the 19-year-old man. He said softly, "The butterfly effect? What is it exactly?" Hiruzen was happy to indulge into the theory. "Well, my dear boy, the Shodai Hokage was sitting in the meadow and listening to nature with his brother and one other person. As they watched the village being built, the Nidaime childishly was complaining about being the younger brother and not having Mokuton ability. Hashirama was ignoring him as a thought crossed his mind. He asked the two people what would happen if the butterfly fluttered its wings to the left instead of the right. The younger brother of course didn't see what the implication of this phenomenon is. Do you know what its implication is? Hey-8 had honestly never thought about it. What was the point of talking about a butterfly moving from its left or its right? Hiruzen could only smirk as the boy was just as confused as the Nidaime was. He said, "I can see the confusion in your face. The butterfly effect is the idea that a butterfly's wings might create tiny changes in the atmosphere that may ultimately alter the path of a tornado or delay, accelerate or even prevent the occurrence of a tornado in another location. This ultimately means that one's life could conceivably change by a simple event. For example, if I were to have dropped this ball and it rolled. Now if said ball had rolled to the left, it could be that I simply picked the ball back up. But if it rolled to the right, could roll on my paperwork and I found a piece of paper that could conceivably change Konohagakure for good. I think there is a reason this happened. Will it affect Konoha, possibly? The effect has happened, so what are you going to do about it?" The young man was quiet for a moment as he thought about the implications of his sickness. Who would it hurt? His parents were dead in the Kyuubi attack. His sister wanted nothing to do with him after choosing to be a ninja. She became the very first female shogun and told him that he was excommunicated from that side of the family. His brother disappeared years ago. To be honest, his family was Kakashi, Itachi, and Yugo. Yugo was the closest one as they practiced together with their kenjutsu. Her family treated him as if he was their son. Kakashi was the big brother that he needed. He would give him those mysterious hidden meanings in their conversations. Itachi was the little brother he never had. He would take Itachi under his wing and guide him. He knew that Itachi would surpass him, but sometimes a person needed a mentor. He just so happened to fulfill that role. He sighed as he thought about other people that would probably miss him. He said, "I've been thinking about it for a long time. You know, Nico never fully learned the crescent moon technique. She had to modify it as her body type was not compatible with it. I want to take on an apprentice." Hiruzen was mildly surprised at Hayate's proclamations. It was slightly rare that a Konoha shinobi would take on an apprentice. The last time Konoha had an apprentice was Orochimaru with Anko. That still weighed heavy on his head, which is why he hasn't approved of many master-apprentice duos. Hayate was different, however. Hiruzen might just allow it this one time. Really now? What genin caught your eye? Was it that boy Ryuichi? From what I've heard, he has a bad temper. Genins were usually the ones who were chosen to become an apprentice. For example, Minato was a genin apprentice to Jiraiya. So it wouldn't be a surprise for Hiruzen if Hayate chose a genin. Hayate shook his head, however, as he spoke. "No, it's not him, Hokage-sama. Although he would be a good choice as he is quick and very agile, he lacks the mental discipline to be even a quarter of efficacy. I was thinking more of any academy student." The Hokage was visibly surprised by this as his eyes were quirked. It was not unheard for shinobi of other countries to get an academy student, especially in Kiri. Konoha wasn't one of those countries. Oh really? You do know that Konoha hasn't had an apprentice that was lower than a genin in our history? Our philosophy is that we want all of our ninja to at least be well-rounded in being able to use ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. We let genin become an apprentice because we felt that they must be well-rounded to even consider passing to become a genin. With that in mind, what would make Naruto more qualified than any of the already instated genin? The Hokage at first appeared to have gotten to the young 19-year-old. However, the former ANBU member merely smirked. "Hokage-sama, Naruto's grades show how well-rounded he is and how farther it can be developed. In his first year at the school, he beat the Rookie of the Year or the outgoing class by a mile. He has a reputation around the ANBU. In fact, you were there when he and Sasuke beat Mizuki. The techniques and skills he has used are taijutsu, stealth, ninjutsu, agility, ingenuity, fuinjutsu, and overall intelligence. Now I do not know about you, but this sounds like a kid who is balanced in almost all trades." Hiruzen pondered this for a moment. Hayate was right about a few things, but something was glaring that Hayate missed. Hiruzen said, "Hayate-kun, how about genjutsu? I have not heard anything about Naruto and genjutsu. Remember, we won the battle of the territory of Anrue no Kuni because we had the Kurama clan cast a deadly genjutsu on the shinobi of Iwagakure. If they were able to get control of the land of salts, they would have wiped us off the face of the elemental countries. True, however, genjutsu is a talent that can be disabled properly. To be honest, it is a skill that requires little chakra but a whole lot of control." The young boy said, exasperated. Unfortunately, the old Hokage had something up his sleeve. "Hayate-kun, the same can be said about kenjutsu. A swordsman normally doesn't defeat long-range fighters. Every skill has its own strengths and weaknesses, so one can consider kenjutsu as a lost and unneeded art." Hayate was slightly offended by it being called unneeded. However, he did agree with Hiruzen that it is rapidly becoming a lost art. Then it struck like lightning. An epiphany came to the young man as a smirk rapidly grew on his face. "Hokage-sama, you are a master of bojutsu, which has become one of many lost arts. Does that mean that even though it is of useless worth, as shinobis have rapidly evolved, that you won't even consider trying to teach the honorable grandson any portion of it?" The conversation stopped for a moment as this caught the Sandaime off guard. He did want to teach Konohamaru Bojutsu as his two sons didn't want anything to do with the use of a bow. He did want to teach his grandson the way bow. He said with a heavy sigh, "Okay, you convinced me. I will have the paperwork ready in a few moments." The young man smiled as he bowed to the elder Kage. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. You won't regret it." The Hokage smiled softly as shook the man's hand. "I hope so too. I really do." Meanwhile, one woman sat on top of the Hokage mountain. She looked at the beautiful scene that was Konoha. The people were laughing as the businesses were opening. She smiled tenderly as she can see the parents dragging their small children past the toy store. The other kids were giggling as they told an inside joke just like where their parents were. She sighed as she wished her life was that simple. The woman sighed as she swung her legs. Her long, dark, bluish hair lacked the luster it once held. Her eyes, once so lively, now voided light. Her once fair skin that was as fair as the gods now was pale. The woman that was full of life now was full of dread. She looked at the wickedly cursed ring that was on her hand. This is Makoto Uchiha, the woman who once was happily married to the leader of the Uchiha clan and mother of the two heirs to the Uchiha clan, now just swung her feet as the feeling of loneliness crawled up her back. She could only exhale sharply as she felt a pain shoot through her chest. "Kaya-san, what are you doing up here?" She smiled sadly as she thought about her eldest son. He was a prodigy of all the shinobi arts yet lacked the shinobi mentality. To be honest, she was proud about that. She hated seeing what her family has tried to mold him into, another Fugaku. She said softly, almost in a whisper, "Well, Itachi-kun, I was the one who sent you the message after all. Take a seat right next to me, please." Itachi, for his part, was slightly confused. His mind has been in so many different places as his eyes have been burning since Madara showed up. He took a seat right next to his mother. The two, however, didn't speak for a few moments, as they looked out at the morning sun. It was a peaceful serenity. There was something that was swelling in the young man's stomach. His mother didn't help much. She moved her soft hands to his hand and gave it a healthy squeeze. It was a reassuring squeeze, but something wasn't right. This made it even worse for Itachi, as this caused him to be even more concerned. His mother's hair blew so softly in the air as she turned to look at him. Her eyes were as soft as ever, Itachi mused. Was that vulnerability? He honestly didn't know. She said to her firstborn, "Sochi, I know about your mission." Itachi's onyx black eyes went wide in an instant. He tried to retain them, but it was too late. Makoto saw it and she knew it. She sighed as she felt a phantom tear go down her face. He tried his best to deny it, but she cut him off. "Tachi-kun, do not lie to me. You know I despise lying more than anything, especially from my own son." The man could only sigh as he realized he was caught. There it was. The cat was freed from its bag, and now things have become even more complicated. He said with a monotone voice, "How did you know about the mission?" She smiled softly as she patted his hand. She said, "Tachi-kun, as a shinobi, one should not talk in his or her sleep about such precious matters. A few nights ago, I wasn't able to sleep. So while I was walking through the house, I saw you tossing and turning. I came to comfort you, but then you said about the execution of the clan. I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe that the clan would be destroyed, especially my son. It must be hard to carry out this deed." Something was causing Itachi inner turmoil. "Kaya-san, why does it seem like you are not worried about clan at all?" She replied after a moment of being silent, "It is because I'm not. The clan has been corrupted for so long. It is sad to say that a conflict that most of us were not even born to see has caused such an ultimatum. To be honest, I was and am more worried about you and Sasuke-kun. I hated the thought that you two would be pitted against your friends in a civil war." Itachi looked at the matriarch of the Uchiha with a sense of confusion. He said with confusion laced in his voice, "How about Toussaint? Are you worried about him at all?" She looked at him with a grim smile. She gave a hollow laugh that disturbed the already disturbed Itachi Uchiha even more. She said, "You are old enough to know that mommies and daddies fight. Well, mommy and daddy have been fighting for a very, very long time. When I first met your father, I was absolutely smitten with him. He was sweet, strong, loved creating origami fans with me. He was so gentle but yet so firm. He was a leader I could see many people following and the man I could see myself marrying. A few years before you were born, while me and your father were going steady, his father died of an unknown poison. He was barely in his 20s. He might even have been in his teens, it was that long ago. I remember he was such an emotional wreck. I tried to comfort and console him. Unfortunately, it was for naught as the advisors got into his ears. They convinced him that it was Konoha ninjas that committed the deed. Itachi's went wide. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father being gentle, he would laugh at anyone who would dare put those words in a sentence. Yet it was the way his mother said it caused him to second-guess himself. He didn't know what to say as the more his mother spoke, the more things started to make sense. She continued, they were right however. He was poisoned by a Konoha shinobi. It just wasn't a loyal shinobi. Your grandfather knew his death was near and knew who would kill him. He wrote a journal and his final pages contained his fears. He encrypted it under a powerful genjutsu and many fuinjutsu seals so only the ones he wanted to read it. He feared that your father would be easily manipulated. As a result, he entrusted me with it in the hopes of me persuading your father with the truth. I failed. I was too weak to try anything. I kept lying to myself saying your father was still the man I was in love with. Time moved on and you were born. I loved your father still and was living in a pastime paradise. Believe it or not, you were the apple of his eye. You see, when he looked at you, the persona he held shattered almost instantly. I hoped that maybe you would have been the one to break this side of him. I realize now that the task was impossible as the seeds were planted and the monster had its roots in deep. In fact, you becoming the genius that you are made him even worse as he believed that with you the Uchihas would be unstoppable. I don't blame you for your father's way of thinking. I saw what your father had become. When Sasuke was born, I knew that man wasn't the man I fell in love with anymore. I lied to myself believing that you and Sasuke needed a father figure. I took the abuse in the hopes that he could make you two into men. I know it was stupid. I know that it is no excuse, but it was what got me through the day. Itachi could not believe what he was hearing. He was flabbergasted. What was he to say? Was it that she was a liar? There was no point in lying. The better question was, is the woman talking to him Makoto, the former shinobi and battle maiden, or Makoto his mother? Why are you telling me this? He questioned as a small amount of guilty racked his voice. She however hugged him and soothed him. It was the least she could do for her son. Tachi-kun, this is not your fault. This is the fault of the older generations, including my own. I wanted you to know what the truth about your father and my own history. When we die that night Itachi stopped her as he grabbed her shoulders. Ka-san, what are you talking about dying that night? She was crazy. He couldn't leave his little brother without his mother. She was going to live. She had to. Makoto gave her son a sad smile. She turned away from the young Uchiha to look at the daylight of Konoha. She said with sadness, honey, you have to understand, I must die. I am one of the people that exacerbated the situation by not doing anything when I had the chance. Itachi, one who rarely yells, shouted in an edged voice, how about Sasuke? Ha! You are going to leave your youngest son to live without a mother or anyone. I can't believe how selfish Makoto could tell how hurt Itachi was with each passing word. She put her soft hands on his hands, prompting him to be silent. She could see such anguish in his heart. Guilt panched through her as she knew that she was as much of the problem as anyone. She sighed inwardly as a teardroplet fell from her adoring son's face. Itachi-kun, I know this is hard on you and I'm so sorry about my generation's failure. We failed to keep you safe. I personally failed you for not protecting you and Sasuke-kun from your abusive father. I could have done more, much more. Her voice started to crack at the end. I want to make sure that you won't make the same mistake the past generation have done. Itachi replied, but how about Sasuke? He's going to be without a mother, a father, and a brother. He won't have a family, no one to train him in the ways of the Sharingan. What do you leave him with? His mother sighed as she said, a chance, Itachi-kun, a chance. If I survive, he won't be given a chance. They will look at him like he was a pariah. They will see me and believe that I will train him to do the exact same thing. They won't trust. Hell, they wouldn't even let him become a shinobi. Itachi looked skeptical. Was his mother onto something, or was she really delirious? He sighed as he spoke, "Kazan, what would make you believe that? That's absolutely ludicrous. You should have dash. Think about it, Itachi. You see how Naruto-chan gets treated. He should be considered a hero, but you see how he gets treated. For Kami's sake, you were his ANBU bodyguard. What 4-year-old child needs a bodyguard? He has inherited the enemies of his mother, father, the Kyuubi, and some of Orochimaru. This is before he even turned 6. Konohagakure is a place where we try to be fair and equal to everyone, but it never happens." Itachi sighed as he replied, "I understand with Naruto, but what does that have to do with Sasuke?" Makoto gave her son a soft smile. "You know, Tachikuan, for a person who has been considered a genius, you surely can he a little dim." Itachi could only shake his head as his mother could joke at a time like this. Sasuke has a better chance, as it will look in the perception of the citizens that Sasuke lost everyone because of one man, and it will look like he was betrayed by his own flesh and blood. They will ultimately feel empathy and sympathy for him. It also helps that he has the Sharingan gene. Whether it's recessive or dormant has not been determined, but the fact that he has it gives the people of Konoha hope that the Sharingan can still be reproduced. He will be in better standings than Naruto. It will be a better chance, and I know that Hiruzen would allow Kakashi to train him in the ways of the Sharingan. What are you basing this on? Itachi replied. She said with sternness in her voice, "I have faith, Itachi." Faith? Itachi said with an incredulous look etching his young stricken face. Itachi thought he heard it all. He was not one to question his mother. Yet the more that his dear mother talked, the more he questioned his mother's sanity. He knew this was going off the deep end, and he needed to end it before he found out more than he wanted to know. Makoto had another thought on her mind. She could see it in her son's eyes. Her son didn't believe her. He thought she was crazy. No, she wasn't. In fact, she had already talked to Hiruzen about it. She was not going to let her son fail, as it would put all of her and the members of the Uchihas of Konohagakure's hard work would go in vain. She said, "Itachi-kun, I want you to know I'm proud of you and I love you. Now let's not worry about it. Now Itachi-kun, tonight you need to talk to Shisui." He sighed with exasperation as he said, "Kazan, you know things will never be the same, Kazan, you know things will never be the same." He hugged her as tight as he could as tears trickled down her back. They held onto their embrace as long as they could before Itachi let go. He wiped his eyes to not allow his mother to see his tears. Itachi said, "I love you too, Kazan. I just wish it didn't come to this." She said softly, "Me too, honey, me too. Now go on, honey, do what you got to do." He merely nodded and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. She sighed as she said to herself, "He is not going to go along with killing me. It's time to take drastic measures." She activated her 3 Tomo Sharingan and smirked as she disappeared in a swirl of flames. The school day ended quickly as the school bell rang. All the shinobi to be left their respective classes, except for 2 individuals. Ugh! I can't believe that we're forced to do this. Naruto yelled out in frustration. Naruto and Sasuke were forced to stay back. The top 2 students in the school were now digging the ditches behind the schoolyard. Naruto stuck the shovel down into the dirt. Sasuke just sighed as he started to dig on his side of the ground. Due to their actions and mouths, they were forced to stay back and dig up the ground. Naruto grumbled, "This is child labor. I know that they are supposed to be building a small training area over here, but they have a genin to do this kind of job." Sasuke said, as he reloaded his shovel with dirt, "You do know that our next rank is genin, right?" Naruto stopped a moment to look at his partner in crime. "Hey Sasuke." "What?" Sasuke said as he stopped digging. Shut up. Sasuke could only groan at his best friend's immaturity. He could see that at this point Naruto didn't want to hear any of it. But then again, Sasuke really didn't have many chances to get under Naruto's skin. Sasuke grew a big smirk on his face as he went back to digging. So Naruto, you do realize we only been working for about a minute, right? Naruto threw his shovel on the ground as he shouted, "You gotta be kidding me? How much longer are we going to waste our lives digging this dirt?" Man, I bet Iraka is watching from his office chuckling and cracking a few jokes with the other teachers. With his big scarred nose and dolphin-like squeal. Sasuke just laughed at Naruto's plight as he kept digging. For about half of an hour, the two boys dug what felt like their graves. Naruto stopped grumbling as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Sasuke sighed as he picked up another pile of dirt and flung it over his shoulder. As he dug deeper into the ground, he had to marvel Naruto's progression. Even if he complained about almost every step of the way, Naruto was able to do it efficiently and without much hassle. The more he thought about Naruto, the less he really knows about him. Naruto was excellent in not telling anything about himself. He could talk up a storm, but when came about him he was particularly quiet. He was able to divert it to another subject or avoid it altogether. So naturally in Sasuke's mind, the only people that could know about Naruto was the Sandaime Hokage, his brother, and Naruto himself. He needed to know more about this mysterious blonde that he considered his best friend. "Hey Naruto." "Yeah, what's up?" Naruto looked into the eyes of his best friend. He could see it. It looked like Sasuke was uncomfortable about what he was going to say. It was very unlike Sasuke to be this hesitant, but who was he to intrude on whatever Sasuke wanted to say? As a result, he kept digging until. "Why do you want to become a shinobi?" The question startled Naruto as he dropped the shovel into the ditch. This is weird. He never asks me questions. I wonder why he's asking this now. Why now of all times? Naruto said calmly as he picked the shovel up, "I gotta admit Sasuke, that was not something I was expecting to come out of your mouth. Why I want to be a ninja is pretty simple. I want to be the Hokage." Hokage? Why would you want to be the Hokage of all people? It is like the highest position in Konoha. That means you have to be the strongest. One could see Sasuke became more incredulous as each word was iterated from his mouth. Naruto, however, didn't look intimidated or deterred from this. He replied, "Contrary to popular belief, being Hokage does not mean that you have to be the strongest. Think about it for a moment. The Sandaime is older than this dirt we are digging up, and he is nowhere near as strong as he used to be. Yet he is still the Hokage. No one is going to go against him. That means there is another element to becoming Hokage than strength. You, sir, have a point. But what element is it exactly?" Naruto cracked a smile as he spoke. "It's easy to see, my dear friend. With this element as the main ingredient, you can match strength, speed, and voice to become the Hokage. That element, my dear boy, is respect. You get respect by showing you are the best with the skills you have. I mean, think about it. You and I gained some respect after we beat Mizuki-sensei. The problem is maintaining that respect and defining it. I want people to respect me even if I don't have a bloodline or anything like that. I will show everyone that I am worthy to become the greatest Kage to exist." Although Sasuke did not believe a word of what Naruto said, the way he said it would make anyone believe it. It was Naruto's charisma. To Sasuke, Naruto's charisma could make him do almost anything. He didn't know why, but Naruto had a magnetic aura about him. As his mind wandered, he heard Naruto say something to him. "How about you, Sasuke? What do you want to be?" He said with no hesitance, "I want to be the head of ANBU." Although he said it with confidence, he started to doubt it himself. Naruto was visibly surprised, however, at Sasuke's choice. Sasuke, even at this age, looked like he was supposed to be a clan head. Whether or not is true did not matter to Naruto. Sasuke has the potential, all he has to do is tap into it. "Why do you want to be the head of ANBU, Sasuke?" Why don't you try to become the head of the Uchiha clan? Think about how awesome it would be the Naruto and Sasuke duo being the Hokage and the Uchiha clan head. Konoha will be the best village since the time of the Shodai Hokage. As Naruto's imagination started to run wild, so did his digging. It was as if it was motivation for him. Sasuke, on the other hand, just listened as Naruto brought some interesting scenarios into the equation. Sasuke was a lot less enthusiastic about it, as there was one small flaw that Naruto didn't think about. Naruto, before you go into too much detail, there is a slight problem. For me to become clan head, something bad has to happen to Itachi. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. He said, yeah, but all you got to do is beat him in a match. Once he submits, you become the clan head. Maybe I wasn't clear. When I said something bad happened to Itachi, I mean rest in peace type of bad. Now I don't know about you, but I don't want to kill my brother just to be a clan head. Nothing is worth that. Nothing. Besides, Sasuke slumped his shoulders, Itachi is much more powerful than I will ever be. He is a prodigy, and by the time he was my age, he was already a shinobi. I can't match up to him. Naruto agreed with the first part as he stopped digging for the moment. The second part for some reason didn't fit right with him. He could see it in his best friend's eyes. There was more to the story than Sasuke was saying. Sasuke, what's going on? When you said you couldn't match him, I saw that there was more. Sasuke was surprised by Naruto's bluntness. Naruto wasn't one for tact anyway, but it still for some reason caught him off guard. Maybe it wasn't that Naruto said it, but that he was legitimately correct. He slumped his shoulders as he said in a distant tone, sometimes I wonder if my father even cares about me. I mean, I'm never going to be the great prodigy of the Uchiha clan like my brother. Even so, I feel as if I disappoint him every time he sees me. I don't know if he recognizes what I do. What proof do you have of this claim? I met your dad a few times and he does seem like a big meanie sometimes. But I don't think he sees you as a disappointment. What does he have to be disappointed in you about? We are the top students in the class by a large margin. You learned how to do the fireball jutsu. Soon we'll be kick-ass shinobis. To be frank, I don't anything not to be impressed about. Sasuke didn't know what it was. Was it because Naruto's words were true? Was it because how Naruto said it? Whatever it was, it gave Sasuke something didn't have, swagger. He felt even more confident with each passing phrase. You know what, Naruto, you're right. I am going to be a great shinobi in my own right. Naruto could only smile as he reached the bottom. Clang. Well, I've reached the bottom, Sasuke. How much farther do you to go? Sasuke only shrugged his shoulders. Don't know exactly, but soon. But Naruto, can I ask you something? As Naruto picked up his shovel and headed back into the academy, he said, Sure, what is it? Do you want to come over to my house tomorrow for dinner? Clang. Clank. Naruto dropped his shovel as his eyes became wide. This was the first time he has ever been invited to a person's house. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Sure, why not? How about tomorrow after the detention? Sasuke nodded as Naruto waved to him goodbye. As Naruto left, a smile reached his Sasuke's face. Orochimaru opened his tired eyes to see his master home. He yawned as his week has become even more tedious as he got a new position. He was now officially the big brother / babysitter / teacher for Zoroamaru. Zoroamaru was not exactly a calm or relaxed fox. No, he was more of a hyperactive kid who was given those energy ration bars mixed with sugar, coffee, and taurine. The fox zipped left-right as his vocabulary of the human language grew. Orochimaru could only sigh at the thought as he didn't even get into battle modes or anything of the sort, yet it feels like he has gone through a battle with his superior snakes. He slithered slowly to Naruto as he realized that it was later than normal. Naruto-kun, you're home late. You were supposed to train with Zoro-kun so you two can not only be on the same wavelength mentally but physically. What did you do? Naruto sighed as his familiar was wrapped around his leg. Since he gotten Zoroamaru, his schedule has become more hectic. He has spent more time trying to work with his other familiar than his normal lessons from Orenji. He sighed as he walked towards Zoroamaru's bed. Zoroamaru was sleeping peacefully as he moved his head to get more comfortable. Naruto let out a sigh as he rubbed a smoke-colored fox. He knew that the fox went through an ordeal as the fox had almost as energy as he. He whispered, "Orenji-kun, what did you teach him today? He looks so exhausted." Orenji replied instantly, "Well, I taught him how to speak. He's getting a whole lot better as he is able to say hello, goodbye, and smaller words. I estimate that he will be able to speak and comprehend most things within a month's time. His fighting ability on the other hand needs a lot of work. He is fast and highly explosive off the touch. However, his attacks are very erratic and weak. I'm guessing it comes from his malnutrition or the lack of things to make him grow. Hopefully with the food and diet given to you by the Inuzuka head will let him to grow and become stronger." Naruto pet his fox as he gave it some of his chakra. The fox hummed in his sleep as he got more comfortable with the newfound warmth. As Naruto gave up some of his chakra, he remembered something had to tell Orenji. Naruto motioned Orenji to follow him. The snake could see that Naruto had something anxious to tell him. Orenji slithered to the kitchen where Naruto took out something out of his backpack. Orenji's eyes went wide as Naruto pulled out a glowing blue scale. "Naruto, what the hell is that?" Instead of speaking, Naruto gave it to the snake. Orenji held on to the scale as inspected it closer. The summoned snake scraped it against his scales. His eyes became wider as pain erupted from the point of contact. He hissed as he dropped the scale on the ground. That was more painful than his time in the Hebe Academy. "Where in Yami's name did he get this? Naruto, where did you find this? This is a very dangerous tool." As Orenji thought about it, who can create such a tool? Will they come after Naruto for such a weapon? Although Orenji didn't know what the weapon was, but it looked like a prototype. That made Orenji even more worried. He had to keep himself calm so he would not alert Naruto. Naruto picked up the scale as he held it. He said softly, "Orenji, when I was training and doing my normal push-ups, I kind of pushed whatever this thing out of my arms." He chuckled almost sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck. What? Orenji was almost speechless. That thing came out of Naruto's arm. Preposterous. Impossible. Orenji's head started to spin as this was not normal. Considering that Kekkei Genkais are an integrated part of society makes this a very impressive feat. His eyes narrowed as he said skeptically, "Naruto, are you sure that these scales came out of you? How did you do it?" Naruto, unlike most people, didn't find Orenji's skepticism insulting. To be honest, he would be skeptical about it also if he wasn't there to see or feel it. He pulled up his orange jacket sleeves. He was hoping the slits on his arms were still there. Unfortunately or fortunately, the slits were closed and without any scar tissues. This caused even more skepticism on Orenji's face. Naruto, however, wasn't worried. He said, "I guess I have to show you." Naruto took off his orange jacket and put it on the chair. He calmed himself as he started to focus. Orenji watched what his familiar was about to do. Naruto gathered chakra as it surged through his body. He grunted as the rush of chakra touched his arms and legs. It was the familiar feeling he had earlier this morning. His arms were not in as much pain as it was before. It was a phantom pain. His body seemed to have adapted to this sensation as the phantom pain disappeared. Orenji could only watch in fascination. Naruto's body was covered by a bright blue hue. That was not uncommon as this was the way to unleash one's chakra. What fascinated the orange snake were Naruto's arms. His arms started to gain triangle-shaped scales underneath the skin. Impossible. He is actually doing this. I never had seen anything like this. I know that Orochimaru injected him with so many types of serums, but this is impressive. I have never seen a Kekkei Genkai like this in my life. As Naruto allowed more chakra to flood his body, the pores in his arms started to open, allowing those scale-like things to come out. However, much to the surprise of Naruto, instead of falling out they stood in and multiplied. Now his arms were comprised of a series of downward-facing scales running along the entirety of his arm. His arm felt much heavier as he moved it. His arm scales started to hiss as the air hit the tips. Naruto was so startled by this, he fell to the floor. Orenji was also startled as he did what was natural to him. He hissed at the scales. This was a new side to Orenji that Naruto has never seen. Naruto backed his way slowly towards the windows. Orenji could only blink as he realized Naruto was becoming more like Naruto when he first met him. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry Naruto-kun, it's just not normal for scales to grow out of a person's arm and hiss at you." Naruto tried to calm himself as he made a snide remark, "It must not be a normal thing as it scared the hell out of you." Orenji just shook his head as he crawled towards the boy. He could see Naruto was scared and he had every right to be. This was not normal even for Kekkai Genkai. The only Kekkai Genkai close to what Naruto has that Orenji had seen was the Shikatsu Myaku, dead bone pulse, but this was not his bones. No, this was something more. Maybe it is the chakra becoming a sentient being. Orenji just didn't know. He came closer to Naruto as the scales continued to hiss in the air. Naruto's eyes went wide as he saw his other arm started to show scales. Orenji rubbed his tail against Naruto's scaly skin. It was weird even for Orenji as he wasn't used to a human having rougher scales than he. He said, "Naruto, this can possibly be a good thing. It looks like you have a Kekkai Genkai." Naruto's eyes went as he jumbled, "I have a Kekkai Genkai. But how? Did I get it from my parents?" Orenji shrugged as it was best Naruto didn't know yet. "I don't know Naruto-kun. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. You can always look in the library to see if any Kekkai Genkais are close to what you have. What you should be concerning about is learning more about it. With that in mind, it inflicts injuries through shredding or shaving what it comes into contact with, rather than just cutting the object in question. We won't work on it until this weekend. For now, try activating and retracting. Think about it like this: you are getting a step closer to being a shinobi." Naruto smiled as he went to his bed to try to sleep. When Naruto left, Orenji breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Things just got a whole lot more complicated." It was early morning as Irika shuffled the papers on his desk. He looked outside hoping for some motivation to teach. The skies were cloudy. The lights were unusually dimmed as he saw Naruto run on the rooftops. After finding out that those scales are more than likely the result of a Kekkai Genkai, Naruto became too excited to sleep. When he finally fell asleep, he was 15 minutes late. He quickly rushed out into the cold, windy air. Irika could only shake his head as he watched the boy run with all his might. A smirk grew on Irika's scarred face. Despite Naruto's tardiness and sometimes prank-filled side, Naruto was the ideal student. He could pick up on a subject quicker than any student Irika taught. He can learn from hands-on to hearing it vocally to even reading. It was astonishing how much he has developed. But what made Irika so impressed was not that he could pick it up easily, but that Naruto had an immense thirst for knowledge. Usually a person had either the thirst but not the ability, or the ability but not the thirst. In essence, it was refreshing for Irika to teach a student with both. Now if he would be on time, Irika would be just dandy. Well, beggars can't be choosers, Irika thought. As he stood in front of the class, he said, "Good morning, class. It seems as if Uzumaki-san will be running late dash. Crash. As I was saying, Uzumaki-san is late again. Since his is the second time in 2 days, your workload has been doubled and extended to the rest of the week." Naruto could only down as he sat in his chair. As he really didn't care, as finding out a bloodline had taken his mind to a whole different planet. He drummed his fingers on the desk as he heard the teacher speak. Now the lesson for the day is sacrifice. This topic is usually a very disturbing and hard to grasp. The reason being, this topic will come in front of you almost as quickly when you are a genin. This lesson is not something that will be on any test. The choice you make will be gravely. Remember this. What is sacrifice, you may ask? Sacrifice is the surrender or destruction of something prized or desirable for the sake of something considered as having a higher or more pressing claim. This essentially means that one gives him or herself up for something they feel is more important than his or her well-being. As shinobi, you will take an oath to sacrifice yourself in the needs and wants of Kanahagakure no Sato. Does anyone know a story of a shinobi who sacrificed for his or her village? For the first time in a long time, Irika could see some fear in his student's eyes. It didn't surprise him in the least, but it was a bit disappointing to not see anyone with the slightest inclination. A hand shot up, causing Irika's eyes to shoot up. Naruto, you know of one? Coincidentally, Naruto did in fact have a story. He said, Irika-sensei, I think you are referring to the Yondaime Hokage story. He sacrificed himself so he can kill the Kyuubi. Isn't that right, Irika-sensei? It is ironic that you chose that story. But it is very sad that you only know the partial truth. I hope you realize who you truly are and live up to your immense potential. Irika said, that is correct, Naruto. The Yondaime sacrificed his life for all the inhabitants in Konoha. This showed Konoha that not one life is safe from the prospect of sacrifice. Sacrifice, although normally means death, is not always the case. Sometimes a sacrifice means offering one's normal life. This is the shinobi way. One might have to sacrifice his time with his family to do a reconnaissance mission. Sometimes sacrifices are for the better good. For example, I sacrificed being a field shinobi to being an academy teacher. To be honest, I would not change my choice for the world. But let's skip the mushy stuff and get into our taijutsu teams matches, starting with Hinata and Naruto versus Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto gained a smirk on his face as he was going to kick Sasuke's ass. While Naruto was ready to kick some Sasuke and Sakura's ass, Itachi walked through the Uchiha district. Some might consider him a masochist as he looked at the smiling faces of his family members. Itachi, however, considered this to be the last time he will be able to see his home this lively ever again. As depressing as it sounds, he could see through his soaked bangs, they were at peace. He walked aimlessly around the district, hearing some men and women asking him to court their daughters and sometimes themselves as well. He kindly declined as he walked to the river. The Naka River was his sanctuary in the Uchiha district. It was here he met his best friend, Shisui Uchiha. Itachi could only sigh as he sat on top of the ever-flowing river. As he thought about it, he has not seen his best friend in a while. I wonder where he can be. Rustle! Rustle! Itachi activated his Sharingan as he pulled out his Tanto. He slowly walked closer to the sound. His heart moved a mile a minute as this was his sanctuary and he didn't want this place to be contaminated like the rest of his world. With his free hand, he moved the bush. Clank! Itachi dropped his Tanto as his eyes were the whitest he ever had. Shisui. What the fuck happened to you? On the bushes lied Shisui Uchiha. Shisui had short, unkempt, dark-colored hair and a relatively broad nose and well-defined eyelashes that were turned upwards at each end. He wore the standard attire of the Uchiha clan, which includes a high-collared, dark-colored outfit along with a Tanto strapped to the right side of the back of his shoulder. He also wore what appeared to be a harness for his Tanto, which ran across his chest and fastened over both his shoulders. Right now, his body was barely together. A deep wheeze came out of his lungs as blood spurted on the other side of his mouth. As Itachi moved closer to his best friend, he could see his legs were not only gashed but severed in different places. He could even see the torn tendons and muscles in Shisui's arms. Itachi could only see one side of Shisui's face. Itachi felt green. It was disgusting. Appalling. Above all the grotesque, Itachi felt anger. This was more than anger. It was something so much more. This was rage. Tears fell down his face. As he knew there was no chance he could save his best friend. He just hoped that he could find something about who did this. Shisui, who did this to you? Shisui let out a bloody cough. He let out a low chuckle as more blood came out. I thought you were going to make it in time. He coughed a little more blood. You need to know the TT truth. YUW or cough, not the only one in on this. I was also a part of this. And my Sharingan H has the special ability, Koto Amatsukami, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. His would have put a genjutsu over the whole Uchiha clan. I just wasn't strong enough. I am sorry, Itachi. I'm sorry I couldn't stop them. More tears fell down his face as he held his best friend. He cried as Shursui chalked out another glob of blood. Itachi whispered as the emotions piled up, "No. Don't be sorry. You were more than a mentor to me. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. I promise you this. I love you, brother. They will pay." As he was closing his eyes for the final time, he grew a smile. He said, "Itachi, I want you to take my eye. Danzo destroyed the other eye. I know you can do so much with this eye. I believe in you. You're my best friend and the only one I can count on. Protect the village and the Uchiha name." With that, Shursui Uchiha, the Shunshin no Shursui, was no more. As Itachi prepared a burial for Shursui, a certain masked person came into being on the waterfall. Itachi grunted as he saw him. Itachi's eyes showed stoicism and anger. The masked man said with certain glee, well, Itachi-san. It looks like not everything is as it seems. So when is it going to go down? Itachi said without batting an eye, "Tonight." It was nighttime and the Uchiha Council were having their annual meeting in the main house. The council sat around the table with the Uchiha fan symbol on it. Fugaku rose up. Being the clan leader, he was tasked with conducting this meeting. "Gentlemen, the day is near. As you can see, Hiruzen has been pushing us deeper and deeper into a corner. Now I am done playing little puppet for this worthless scumbags. With that in mind, what do you propose we should do first?" Inabi was the first to speak. "I believe we should try and capture that demon brat. If we are able to utilize his abilities, we could be almost unstoppable. If not, we could always use him for ransom. I know that useless Hokage of ours would do almost anything for the boy. If that doesn't work, he could be used for target practice." Inabi had shoulder-length black hair and dark eyes. He wore the standard attire of the Uchiha clan, which consisted of a long-sleeved, high-collared outfit with matching pants. He is the eastern leader of the southward district of the Uchiha district. He is the youngest councilman there at the tender age of 26. He is the treasurer for the Uchiha clan. He is also known for his sadistic side. Fugaku liked this idea. The demon boy has been a constant thorn in Fugaku's side since Naruto was an egg in his mother's womb. It would give him immense pleasure to be able to see Naruto suffer. He chuckled to himself at this. He said, "Give it to Inabi to get the ball rolling." "Well done." The problem, however, is the demon boy is such an infamous being, people will notice if he is kidnapped. But I like your line of thinking. Anyone else have any ideas? Tekka Uchiha raised his hand. He was the councilman from the westward of the Uchiha district. His task was Tekka had shoulder length, dull black hair, and dark eyes, and also had a dot in the center of his forehead. He wore what was considered to be the standard outfit of the Uchiha while not on duty, which included a black, high-collared shirt with the Uchiha crest on the back and dark-colored pants. He said, "I propose that we talk about the lack of Uchiha missions. This is the first time in our history that all of the Uchihas are here. It is highly disturbing." Fugaku pondered this for a moment. He hadn't realized that Hiruzen brought back so many Uchihas. Tekka was right that it was disturbing. "What are you planning, Hiruzen?" He said, "Tekka, do you see any reason for him to do this?" "No, sir." "What should we do about this?" "The coup has been set for next month. Is it possible they are planning some sort of attack?" Fugaku quickly dismissed this as his wife on the other side was inwardly smirking. "Tekka, Hiruzen in his old age has become too peaceful for that. He will just talk and say empty threats. If Danzo was the Hokage, then I would be more inclined to believe that. This could very well be a blessing in disguise. We could use this time to rally all of the Uchihas for the upcoming battle. Tekka, make sure our weapons dealer in the Kutetsu no Kuni, Land of Steel. After this meeting, you all will meet with your men and get them ready. Hi Fugaku-sama. You must be weary of your assumptions, Fugaku. The whole group turned to look at the new voice at the far end of the table. The old man had spiky, dark hair and dark eyes. He was a lot chubbier than in his younger days. He still wore a faceguard that only covered his forehead and the right side of his face and a sash over his shoulder which held his rather large sword strapped to his back. He was the councilman over the northward and was the oldest councilman. With the use of the cane, the 71-year-old man got up. With his bad lungs, he hacked up some phlegm. He said, Fugaku, I have been around almost double your lifespan. I've seen the Hokage that you know. Do not kid yourself. He has only been like this for the last 15 years. When he was in his younger days, half the shit you have pulled would not even been thought of. Why do you think Danzo hasn't been made Hokage yet? He still has that ability. So be wise and don't fool yourself. Trust me when I say this. I was there when he was in his prime. Fugaku, you are nowhere near as strong or as powerful as he was or for that matter is. Fugaku, although angry, had to admit that it was true. He said, Tekka, you are right about the way Hiruzen used to be. But now he is a different person. He is now about peace and such. He is not the same leader he used to be. I will believe it when I see it. Even if old man Danzo was in charge, it wouldn't make too much of a difference. Now, is there anything else I should be noted of? The one next to Fugaku raised his hand. Yoshiro had ash-gray hair and squinted eyes which he only opened when he activated his Sharingan. He wore the standard Dash Plus Uchiha clan outfit which consisted of a short-sleeved, high-collared purple shirt that bore the Uchiha crest on the back along with a pair of brown pants. He also wore a pair of black arm guards, bandages around his legs and arms with a light-colored obi with a dark line running through it. Fugaku-sama, I am worried about your eldest son. Makoto's ears naturally perked as this had to deal with her son. He has been acting very suspiciously as of late. From some reports, he has not been wearing the Uchiha fan as is custom to the Uchiha clan. He has become distant from members of the clan. His girlfriend is skeptical of him. He has become emotionally detached from the clan. Well, Yoshiro, your concerns are duly noted. However, I see a problem with Kaomi, his girlfriend, or should I say your daughter. After all, from what I've heard, she is like Ichiraka's restaurant flaps, easy to open. He laughed boisterously as Yoshiro's anger rose. You son of a bitch. As tensions rose, the matriarch slipped out into the kitchen. As she was making the special drinks for the traditional drink to Susanoo, she couldn't help but think. They are planning this coup earlier than expected. He's going to deploy the members of the Uchiha clan. I can't let that happen. It's going to stop today. She had poured some of the most expensive Uchiha sake in 5 glasses. She then pulled out 2 bottles. One held a clear liquid. The other was a bright bluish color. She smirked as she opened the clear liquid and poured it into 4 out of 5 cups. She then put the bright bluish liquid on the last cup. She saw it bubble and quickly dissipate. She smiled as she thought, if you cut off the head, you defeat the body. She quickly came back to the room. The one known as Yoshiro had a few burn marks. It seems that there was a conflict and Yoshiro lost, badly. Fugaku looked at his wife with disdain. Makoto, where did you go? Who said you can leave without permission? She bowed in feigned submission. She hated herself for allowing herself to be subjugated to such humiliation. She said with clear submission, Fugaku-sama, I am sorry for such an intrusion. As your ever-loving wife, it is my duty to make sure everything is right. I went into the kitchen to prepare the drinks. I made sure to use one of our most expensive brands of sake hailing from Kaminari no Kuni. After all, this day marks the day that our world changes. Konoha as we know it will be no more. A new generation is about to rise. Yeah. Konoha will go down. Long live the Uchiha. Fugaku heard the shouts of his councilman. His face grew a smirk as his lovely wife was right. He said, Makoto-chan, pass out the cups. It is time to celebrate a place we have never been. She quickly passed out the cups. She made sure everyone received the right cup, especially Fugaku. Fugaku smirked as he snatched the cup from his wife. His wife simply bowed as she walked away. He lifted his cup to toast with his council. My brothers, this is to the end of Konoha as we know it. There is a new horizon and a journey that we will travel together. But for this to happen, this story must end. To the end. To the end, they all chorused. To the end, Makoto thought with her arms crossed. Clink. They tossed back the drinks with ease. As they wiped their mouth, they all sans Fugaku tasted a sweet almond smell. It was too late. Thud. Fugaku's eyes went wide as he dropped his cup. In front of him all of the council members dropped dead. Cyanide. How? It can't possibly be Dash. Well, Fugaku-chan, it goes to show you that even the strongest men can fall, with just a little cyanide. Fugaku slammed his fist on the table. He was angry. No, he was downright furious. He yelled out to Hurt, "You stupid bitch. Why would you do this? We could have ruled Konoha." She smirked as she spoke with sarcasm and mirth, "But Fugaku-chan, why would I, your ever-loving wife, want to rain on your parade? I mean, I am essentially your sex slave. You used and abused me, but you actually thought that I would want you to rule. If I wasn't for the fact that I love my boys, I would have gotten the alternative. But don't worry, I still love you. We're going to have that tango dance we never had." Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. His hands shook as he gave his wife his ever-disturbing laugh. He cracked his knuckles as stretched out his neck. He did 10 quick hand signs as he said, "Well bitch, you are going to feel the heat. Katan, Ria no Okibi, fire technique, blazing fire dragon technique." He blew an enormous fire-filled tornado. It began to take the form of a dragon as it came towards the Uchiha matriarch. However, Makoto was not afraid. In fact, she grew a smirk on her face as the dragon came inches to her face. With a spin of her hands, Makoto was able to move and control the fire. Fugaku's eyes went wide as he moved back. He remembered she had an unnatural affinity to fire. She smirked as she made the dragon move with ease. She sent the fire dragon back to Fugaku as he hit the wall. She said, "You forgot who I am, Fugaku-chan. I am the Hinote no Hime." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Uchiha district, the rain started to pour. The rain was cold as ice. The lightning flashed through the night as the thunder crackled. As the freezing air whipped, 2 human beings stood on the Uchiha statue near the gateway to the Uchiha district. It was calm before the storm as the Uchiha people were all in their houses. The 2 stood still as the shadows covered their postures. The first had the standard ANBU uniform complete with arm guards, a flak jacket, and a porcelain mask which was fashioned to resemble a weasel with a dark, triangular marking on top. The other wore a black long-sleeve top that also covers his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, and a pair of dark-colored pants along with the white stirrups. On his waist, he wears a thick black belt with armor-like metal plates attached to it. He had 2 red blades and a fan. He said, the district is much different than when I led this foolish clan. It should be easy to wipe them out. To be honest, I've been waiting a long time for this. I'm surprised you are even willing to do such a task." The man's voice was jovial and filled with excitement. He was almost giddy. The other person looked at him with stoic eyes. He pulled out his solid black tanto. He wiped the rain off of it with his gloves. He said, "You are going to take the right side. I will take care of the rest." The man said as he jumped to the gate, "I hope you do not disappoint me, Itachi. Meet me at the Valley of the End after you are done. Good luck." With that, the masked man disappeared from sight. Itachi batted his eyes as the rain fell. It was a salty taste as Itachi wiped the rain off his face. It's time. Itachi did the clone seal and poured out some chakra. In an instant, the number of Itachis doubled from 2 to 16. After each Kagebushin was created, they scattered to different directions. The original Itachi jumped the gate. Itachi went to the first house he saw. It caused a certain amount of dread as this was his aunt's house. He loved his aunt, but this has to be done. With a bobby pin, he opened the door of the house. He walked in to see his aunt cleaning the table. The husband was taking out the garbage while he cracking jokes about it taking his child's nose. Itachi smiled warmly as he walked closer to them. His aunt looked up with surprise as the doors were locked and Itachi was in their house. The family came together as the 5-year-old looked at Itachi admirably. She said with surprise, "Itachi-chan, what are you doing here? Did something happen?" He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Dainio-san." In an instant, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan. The family was not able to scream as they were put into a genjutsu. Itachi made sure their vision was of happy times as he slit each of their necks. Their lifeless bodies fell to ground as blood started squirt on the Uchiha prodigy. He silently did a prayer on each of their bodies and went to the next house. "No! Please, Itachi, spare me. Why are you doing this? Please let my son/daughter live. I'm sorry. I don't want to die." The screams and pleas echoed in Itachi's ears as he went house to house. He slaughtered so many clansmen. Each time became harder for him. It wasn't the emotional connection that made it hard, as the death of his aunt and child was the hardest. It was the abilities of the people in the next house. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. A volley of small fireballs, which are sent flying in an unpredictable manner, came towards Itachi. Itachi ran towards the person, deflecting each fireball that came towards him with relative ease. The man tried his best to protect his family, but Itachi was too quick. Squelch! Itachi put the tanto in between the eyes of the man. The wife screamed in horror as she sank to the ground. She covered her children's eyes in the hopes they would not see their father's blood spilling on the floor. She spat at the prodigy, "Why would you do this, you bastard?" Itachi didn't speak but merely squatted in front of her. He put his hand on the children's heads, put them in a genjutsu. He looked deep into her eyes and put a genjutsu on her. "You will meet your son, Shursui. I want you to tell him that I am sorry." In one fell swoop, the lives of Shursui's family was eradicated. Itachi's eyes began to water. He did another prayer for the little boy and girl. He hoped that Kami forgives him for the death of these ever-innocent children. He could hear the screams from outside get louder. Another clone was done with another sect of the Uchiha district. He could see the people's death and their voices chorused in agony, despair, pain, sadness, regret. It went on and on. He dropped his tanto and fell to his knees. He clutched his head as the voices had gotten worse. The sounds of his people dying were too much. He staggered to get up as it was slowly killing him. He knew it was almost over and he hoped the memories would dissipate. He walked out the door and went to the next house. In about 20 minutes, Itachi had finished the final section. These houses were probably the hardest. These houses had many accomplished shinobis. He was forced to use some of his other moves on them. Katan, Fenikusu no Okibi, Blazing Fire Phoenix. A huge phoenix appeared near the Uchiha mansion. The phoenix lit up the sky, causing Itachi's eyes to go wide. He ran as fast as he could. Ka-asan. Katan, Fenikusu no Okibi, Blazing Fire Phoenix. Makoto unleashed an ever-growing phoenix towards the sky. The phoenix collected as much oxygen as possible from the air and dived down towards the Uchiha clan leader. The damaged Uchiha leader panted as he saw the phoenix come crashing down towards him. With his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, he yelled, "Not this time, Makoto! Kamui!" In an instant, the blazing phoenix, which was very close to the damaged Uchiha clan leader, was suddenly captured in a vortex. Once it was completely captured and sent to another dimension, Fugaku fell down in pain as he panted. Makoto, for her part, was very surprised by her husband's special abilities. "It is amazing how much he has grown since we were young. Yet, he is still rusty with his abilities like me. I got to keep stalling for Itachi-kun." Makoto said, My Fugaku, you are full of surprises. You are almost like a totally new person." "Well, actually you are a new person. You are a sinister, vile, despicable creature. I can't wait to see your lifeless corpse on the floor. Fugaku for his part had a very hard time standing. His blood dripped down his sides. He more than likely had a few broken ribs, third-degree burns, a few gashes and bruises. He was in tatters as he could see that his wife wasn't that better off. She was bruised up and down her arms and legs. Her eyes were swollen with her elbows fractured. Her legs were nearly severed from her body. She had a punctured lung with a bust spleen. She knew her body was falling apart, but she was going to labor through this. This was for her baby and she was going to fight to the bitter end. She spit out some blood as she got into her hindered fighting stance. In an instant, both Uchihas did the hand signs: horse, snake, tiger, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger. They looked each other. They both saw that the love they once had for each other was gone. There was only hatred. The way it was supposed to be, Makoto mused. They yelled at the same time. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. 2 ferocious, fire-hurtling fireballs of over 10 feet in diameter came from both the matriarch and patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Each opponent's eyes went wide at the sheer size of their spouse's attack. The fireballs collided in a massive explosion. The blast was strong enough to blast the lovely spouses all the way back almost 50 feet. Surprisingly, Fugaku got up fairly quickly. In fact, he felt rejuvenated. I was extraordinary as his body felt like 100% again. His wife knows so much. She was on the ground on immense pain. Fugaku had a smirk on his face as he had the perfect opportunity. He did the hand signs: tiger, snake, and dragon. He said, "It's almost a Makoto Koi. Katan, Fayano and Jin, fire release, ring of fire." Fugaku blew a fireball that split into 20 smaller fireballs. One could clearly see that each and every fireball had a special rune on it. The fireballs surrounded the Uchiha matriarch. Her eyes portrayed fear, causing much satisfaction to Fugaku. With a blink of an eye, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan spun. His special ability had been activated. "My dear, I must admit you put up a valiant fight, but all this proved was I am better than you. I win." Enten, Onryo no Shanatsujigoku, Blaze Technique, Burning Hell of the Revengeful Ghost. He watched with giddiness as the fireballs gained the faces of all the people that Makoto killed. As they spun around her, she could hear their voices say something only audible to her. This was Fugaku's technique, she bemused. She had heard about it but never seen such a thing in person. In a moment the fireballs came at her one by one. As it hit her damaged body, her vision became that of her victims when she killed them. She felt their phantom pain. She fell to her knees as the pain coursed through her like a hot knife. Fugaku could only watch in pure glee. He was no longer irrational, a human being. No, he was an animal with his back against the wall, stuck in a trap. He fed of his instincts. He felt his body move on his own power. It was disturbing to hear him laugh as his wife relived every single kill she had amassed over time. He wanted her to burn a very painful death. Crackle. Hiss. Ha, ha, ha. Fugaku's eyes went wide as he saw his wife starting to laugh. It was a hollow laugh, but it held such a deeper meaning. It was disturbing even for Fugaku. She said with such giddiness, "No, no Fugaku-koi, I won. Listen all around you. Don't you hear it? The people that you and your council duped in the thought that you can become the Hokage are all dead. All I had to do was stall. It is your son. Your own flesh and blood has killed all of our supposed clan members. The Uchiha clan no longer exists. And you are at fault. Once Itachi sees what you have done, do you honestly think you can beat him? I hope you like that extra burst of energy. In 5 minutes your body will be sapped of all its chakra. Your body will not be able to move and you will be like the rest of us, dead." Fugaku couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, he won't believe it. Not his son. Not his clan. His body shook as his rage grew 10 times larger. He could hear it. It was the torturing of his people. But there was more than the anguish of their deaths. It was his wife. His wife's maniacal and taunting laughter has caused this new transformation. He forced his Sharingan to spin even harder. Why won't you die? Clank! A whisper went through the matriarch and patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Ka-san. Meanwhile, two boys were on their way to the Uchiha district. They ran as fast as their little body could take him. Only a flash of blonde and blue went through the dark lit streets. Sasuke said as the rain hit his skin, "Hey Naruto, so how does it feel to have dinner with the Uchiha clan?" Naruto looked at his best friend. His body ached after reaching a whole new level of ditch digging. He dug so far he basically hit the irrigation down below the ground. The rain was so cold onto their skin that their skin started to grow goosebumps. Naruto said through his chattering teeth, "Of course I am. But I think it is more about the food than meeting your family." They both laughed as they saw a lighting go across the dark cloudy sky. They ran faster, hoping to not get in the way of the lightning storm. As they ran, Sasuke said, "We got to run a little quicker so we don't get sick." Naruto had never gotten sick a day in his life. So this phenomenon was new to him. How do you get sick from the rain? Rain is just water, the same thing that he drank. His mind went on a tangent as he and Sasuke finally made it to the Uchiha clan gate. Sasuke tapped Naruto on his shoulder, causing Naruto get out of his stupor. The gates of the Uchiha clan were amazing, Naruto marveled. The Uchiha clan's symbol on the gate was bigger than Naruto. He looked over to Sasuke to only see him saying something. Naruto was in too much shock to hear anything. "Come on Naruto, we're almost there." Naruto nodded as Sasuke led him to a place that will forever be instilled into their young minds. Ka-san. Itachi, the bloodied prodigy of the Uchiha clan, could only look in horror. Here was his father with some of his bones sticking out of the skin, with Sharingan spinning faster than anything he has ever seen. His mother, his dear mother, is encased in a cage of fire dying. There was nothing he could do to save her as she looked lovingly into his eyes. She whispered softly, "I am sorry for not protecting you and Sasuke. Whatever you do, just know that I love you and will support you for as long as you and your brother live." Her eyes closed for the final time. Fugaku was laboring in breath. It took so much out of him. He saw the look on his son's bloody face. For the first time, he was actually fearful of his son. His aura had changed. The once calm and stoic Uchiha had a new emotion, anger. He tried to explain. "Itachi, listen to me. She has become delusional. She killed all the council members. She was trying to kill me." Itachi looked over to his dead mother. The fire was causing her corpse of a body started to hiss and crackle. His anger grew with each passing moment. His hands shook insurmountably. His chakra was increasing to the point where his chakra started to show. His eyes darted dangerously towards the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku moved back slowly as Itachi yelled, "You killed her!" Fugaku gasped as time slowed down. Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan eyes spun with such an unruly pace. In an instant Fugaku could see Itachi's eyes change. His Sharingan started to grow solid lines connecting the tomos to each other. Fugaku's eyes became wider as he saw the Mangekyo Sharingan appear on his son's eyes. He could feel the phoenix his wife had made his way to his son. Amaterasu. A dark black pitched fire came pouring out the prodigy's eyes. The hissing sound of the water hitting the ferocious black fire became stronger as the fire covered the whole street. It rapidly came towards the Uchiha patriarch. Fugaku couldn't believe what he was seeing as his body had started to freeze up. This is impossible. He can't possibly be this powerful. He quickly used a shunshin to get out of the way of the destructive blaze. Ah! Itachi's newly profound sight had given him the ability to find where Fugaku was. His eyes were filled with rage as he saw his father's arm covered in black flames. Fugaku screamed in pain as the rain only made it worse. Itachi came towards Fugaku and kicked him 3 blocks away. He stalked his father into the center of the Uchiha district. Itachi's with his Mangekyo spinning at an abnormal rate pulled out the Uchiha saber from his back scabbard. He was going to finish his father off once and for all. Naruto and Sasuke ran as fast as they could. They saw the bodies of Sasuke's brethren. Sasuke was visibly shaken and nearly frozen as Naruto pulled him to keep going. Each house resembled the other. Bloody. Blood spurted all over the walls. Head were off the bodies, with some with the look of surprise. Other, like Sasuke's cousin, had their eyes closed. It was horrific sight for anyone. However, it was worse, much worse, for 8-year-olds. Sasuke was tears of anguish and despair. Naruto, on the other hand, was moving on instinct. He needed to move quickly. At the moment, direction was damned as Sasuke shook. Naruto cursed as he saw a fire went by the two 8-year-olds. Naruto panted as he moved both he and Sasuke around the corner. He looked over at the frigid Uchiha. He could see that neither would survive with Sasuke like this. He tried to get the young Uchiha's attention. Sasuke, you have to snap out of it. We're going to die if you stay like this. Naruto's voice had a certain plea in his voice. It instantly woke Sasuke out of his stupor. However, it didn't stop the tears from flowing down the young Uchiha's face. Naruto felt empathy for his best friend, but right now they needed to get the hell out of Dodge. He whispered, Sasuke, if we any of has a chance of surviving this, it is you. Now listen to me, I will try and distract whoever is attacking. I want you to go no run as fast as you can in the Hokage. Do you understand me? As Sasuke moved as fast as his little body could take him, Naruto started to have an irregular heartbeat. He started to pay attention to the fight, knowing he was going to step in soon. His heart started to race quicker as he thought, okay, Sasuke is gone. I can be a distraction for as long as I can. A flame went past him as he hugged the wall. His eyes went wide as he had seen that specific flame before. Itachi Uchiha. Why aren't you dead? The great Uchiha prodigy used another fire blast towards his father. Fugaku quickly moved out of the way as the blast came inches away. The man had dark black marks going across his skin. The gashes were opening up. He could feel his wife's poison starting to work. He stumbled to get up as the fires that surrounded the central area intensified. With his blurry vision, he could see a tall shadowy figure walking towards in the intense fire with his sword resting on his shoulder. He knew it was his older son, but he felt his energy slowly getting away from him. He could barely get up as he saw a phoenix form behind his son. His anger grew as body diminished. He yelled at his son, enough Itachi. You do not want to do this. He could not see his son's eyes. He wanted to do this. He was going to finish this once and for all. His love for his father has turned into a conniving, destructive, deadly hatred. He is going to kill Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi stalked his prey as he out his sword back in its sheath. That even surprised Fugaku. Itachi said, I was originally going to slit your throat. He chuckled mirthfully, no, that is too good for you. I am going to make sure that there will be nothing left of you in history. Fugaku quickly moved out of the way of a fire-infused shuriken. Boom! Itachi meant what he said as the explosion tag that was attached to the shuriken activated. Fugaku's heart was beating out of his chest as Itachi started to do hand signs. It was a distraction. Shit. What is he going to try to do now? Wait a minute. Something passed his peripheral vision. It was something blonde. Fugaku's eyes went wide as he saw his ticket to freedom. He smirked as he realized he could possibly take out the spawn of Kushina and Minato. He saw Itachi was finished with the hand signs. Katan, Ikuna Okibi, fire technique, blazing fiend fire. A demonic fiend made up of pure black, white, and blue fire grew in exponential height. Fugaku's eyes became huge as this move was something out of a nightmare that he himself designed and created. The intensity of the demonic blazing being was thicker than anything Fugaku had ever felt. His chakra had plummeted even more as the fiend started to absorb his chakra. This is unlike anything anyone has ever seen. He only had one chance at surviving this attack. Goodbye, Tusan. The fiery fiend came at Fugaku at a speed he didn't anticipate. He did a sign that only he knew of. With all of his power and might, he forced his Mangekyo Sharingan to spin wildly. The demonic beast was absorbing the chakra from Fugaku's eyes was being sucked into the Sharingan, a feat that even marveled the Uchiha prodigy. Fugaku laughed hysterically as he said, "I might die today, Itachi, but I'm taking the demon brat with me." Itachi's eyes went wide as the boy came into view on his peripheral side. Before he could pull the attack back, Fugaku said, "It is too late. Munashi Isori, Void Warp." In an instant the fiend's attack was not directed at Fugaku but to Naruto. Naruto came out with his kunai in the hopes that he could possibly distract the two. He could basically hear Orenji screaming and yelling at him for being stupid. For some reason, however, Naruto felt compelled to come out and fight. However, at the moment he is regretting the decision. His eyes could see the fiery beast coming right in front of him. The beast was absorbing his chakra from his skin. He could feel his body getting hot like was on fire. The demon started to laugh at its new prey. The demon came at Naruto with dark vengeance. Naruto could feel the resonating heat go by him as it laughed at him. He felt for the first time powerless. He could not move his arms or legs. He could not do any hand signs. He could not do anything. The dread fueled the monster even more as it came to finally finish his prey. Swiftly the monster came at Naruto with the heat of 1,000 suns. Naruto closed his eyes as fear hit him harder than a ton of bricks. He started to unconsciously pour out chakra from his pores. As it came like a bat out of hell, he could hear the gleeful and hysterical laugh of Fugaku Uchiha and the yelling of Itachi. He cracked open one eye, seeing the fiery beast was less than 15 inches away from him. "Come on, Naruto. You got to move. Move. If you don't move, you won't be able to play with Zoro-san, Sasuke-san, your classmates, Orenji-kun, and Ajisen. You got to fight." Boom! Naruto's body was thrown to the other side of the alleyway. He slipped out of consciousness as his body started to smoke. The Uchiha Patriarch's eyes went wide. His mind struggled to grasp what his eyes saw. No! 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 This is impossible. He could not have, he should not have. Why? Why? Tears mixed with blood started to flow down his blurry vision eyes. His body organs were failing as this atrocity appeared before him. Itachi looked on in shock. He nearly dropped to his knees in awe. He could not believe what was in front of him. That's impossible. This just can't be. He had to agree with his father on that point. His eyes quickly became wide as he remembered his father is still alive although his body was failing. He wasn't going to leave him alive. He was going to finally finish this battle for Sasuke and Naruto. He silently walked up to his father's almost dead corpse. He kicked the body over to see his father's bloodied, pale face. His face scrunched up in disgust as his father cried. He put his foot on his chest and smeared it like it was a bug. He never felt so hatred than he had today for his father. Fugaku coughed up blood as he mumbled something incoherent. Itachi said, "Two-san, I am disappointed with you. You have been reduced to nothing more than an insect. It is hard to imagine Sasuke or I came from your scrotum. Fear not, dear father, this fight is finished. I hope you are able to see what your two bastards of children become. Thanks to you, I will be an S-ranked ninja. I must say so long, Two-san. Katan, High Note no Erasure, Fire Technique, Storm of Fire." Sasuke ran as fast as he could. He was blinded by the rain and fire that currently filled the Uchiha district. He stopped running as his lungs felt a burning sensation. He grasped them as he felt a certain dread as he fell to his knees. He looked to see the statue of the former leader of the Uchiha clan, Izuna Uchiha. The stoned figure had blood smeared all over. Its eyes appeared to bleed down the side. Its face was cracking. Sasuke was of course scared as it was unnatural for a stone figure to cry. "I finally caught up to you." Sasuke jerked his head to see his older brother standing behind him. Lightning flashed behind them as the thunder roared. Sasuke backed up towards the statue, as he labored breath. He gained some courage as he spoke, "Why, Itachi? This is our family, our friends. You killed them. You. Itachi's eyes once again were wide as he saw his brother activated the Sharingan. He saw the one-tone spin with eerie surprise. Sasuke tried to do a hand sign to fight his brother. However, his brother was able to get out of his stupor to grab his brother's fingers. With a heavy heart, he snapped them in two. Sasuke screamed in pain as Itachi held up Sasuke's face. Sasuke with all his might spit on his brother's face. He yelled at his brother, "I will never forgive you. I hate you." Itachi chuckled slightly. It was mirthful chuckle. He pricked two fingers on Sasuke's head. Itachi replied, "Use that hatred to get stronger, Sasuke. You are weak and worst of all the little runt of the group. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. You are not even worth killing. You are not even on the same level as your best friend, Naruto. At least, if I were to have fought Naruto, he'd given me a fight. Goodbye, brother." Tsukuyomi. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, causing Sasuke's eyes to become dilated. Itachi wiped a few tears from his face as he saw Sasuke to scream and yell in pain. He hated this part maybe more than anything. He said, "Forgive me, Sasuke. You and I are flesh and blood. I'm always going to be there for you, even if it's only as an obstacle for you to overcome. Even if you do hate me. That's what big brothers are for." Itachi left Sasuke there and disappeared from sight. "Hokage-sama, there has been a breach and attack on the Uchiha district." The old man Hokage had been having dreamless sleep as the ANBU member busted through his door. He jumped up in feigned surprise. "It has happened. Itachi was able to do it." He said with a stoic look on his face, "Report." "Hokage-sama, it seems like there was an attack at the Uchiha district. There was a powerful genjutsu over the whole district. It seems that a one Itachi Uchiha has gone AWOL and killed his clan members. There were 2 survivors." "2 survivors? Who are they, Inu?" Hiruzen asked with genuine surprise. Itachi didn't say anything about keeping another one alive. This cannot be good. The ANBU member said, "The 2 survivors are a one Sasuke Uchiha. He has 4 broken fingers and under a genjutsu-induced coma." Hiruzen nodded his head as that cleared up the first person but not the second. It didn't surprise Hiruzen that Itachi would do that to his brother. Now the question is, who was the second person and how did he survive? Okay, who is the second victim? The ANBU member was a bit hesitant as he coughed. He said, "The second survivor is Naruto Uzumaki." Thud. Hiruzen dropped his pipe. Naruto was not supposed to be there. Why was he there? So many questions went through his old brain. He said, "What happened to Naruto?" "Sir, he is suffering from severe chakra destruction. It looks like it is being burned even though he has no visible burn marks. He is in critical condition and might not make it." Hiruzen felt helpless for Naruto. He didn't think Itachi would do this to a kid who he felt was like his brother. It was scary to think about. Yet something was nagging at him. How did he get into this position anyway? He didn't know many moves that could do that. Inu, send out the entire ANBU and bring Itachi to justice. Check over anyone who had seen anything. Now. Hi. In an instant the ANBU disappeared. Hiruzen heard a knocking on his window. He turned around to see a crown sitting on the window sill holding a scroll. His eyes went wide as he opened the window. He knew that it was a letter from Itachi. He proceeded to read the contents. "Hokage-sama. The mission has been completed and I'm off to start Operation Cloud. I will be back checking on my dear brother every 6 months. This mission has been the hardest mission you have asked me to do. It is unfortunate that there was a problem. A one Naruto Uzumaki came into the picture while fighting my father. He was hit by a fiend fire. He survived the hit not because it collided with him but what he was able to do. Hokage-sama, Naruto Uzumaki has the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Thank you for watching this video.